If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
It sure is my cue on this Thirsty Tuesday. I was going to say Thirsty Thursday, but it's Tuesday, and we're feeling not tasty, but happy to be here.
Thirsty Thursday come early. How about that? How about Tasty Tuesday has now taken on the robe of Thirsty Thursday and come into a glorious combination of both thirst and taste.
Absolutely, because we are live at the Fastport Studios on this Tasty Tuesday. How are you doing, Jimmy?
I'm doing Dan and Grandy. Had you been to the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center before?
I don't know. I have not. Oh, wait. Actually, I have. Sorry. I forgot the question you were asking. Didn't realize. Yes, I went to the All-Star game, I think in 2007. I'm trying to remember if it's 2007 or 2010.
What kind of All-Star game?
It was the NBA All-Star game.
Oh, the NBA All-Star game.
Yeah, I didn't go to the game, but I went to the convention there, and it was mind-blowing.
The NBA experience, by the way.
Yeah, I saw, what's his name, Kevin Durant, and went to go say hey to him, and I'm like, oh, I can see him. That's great. There's not a big crowd. Yeah, no, I got closer. There was a crowd. He's just incredibly tall.
Just incredibly tall, by the way. Speaking of All-Stars, do you have a unicycle?
No, but I've always wanted one.
Do you have a bowling ball?
Ooh, I used to, but not anymore.
Okay, so this guy said to himself, I have a unicycle. I have a bowling ball. Why not me? Matter of fact, not bowling ball, bowling balls. Okay, so a night out at a pizzeria is where this begins. It's an Idaho man in a place called Meridian. Not Meridian, Mississippi, Meridian, Idaho. Yeah. This pizza night out in Meridian, Idaho, led to a man breaking the Guinness World Record for the most bowling balls carried on a unicycle.
Yeah.
David Record Breaker Rush, who has broken more than 300 Guinness World Records, said he was eating with his family at Uncle Bob's Pizzeria in Meridian, Idaho, when a highlight reel of unusual world records on TV screens caught his attention. This is what he wrote online. Then I saw it. Someone balancing a stack of bowling balls on a unicycle. And I thought, hey, I have a unicycle. I have bowling balls. Why not me? That's what Rush wrote. Rush had big balls. And, well, a bowling alley had big balls, and together on a unicycle, they had the biggest balls of them all. So Rush investigated the record and found out that he had to ride his unicycle for at least 10 seconds. And the people out there now going, I can do that. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. At least 10 seconds while carrying at least 6 bowling balls.
Try juggling them.
Give me 7. He teamed with Wahoo's Family Fun Zone, located at the Galaxy Event Center in Meridian. The Galaxy Event Center in Meridian. By the way, that might be the home base of Zebulon 5. To borrow some extra bowling balls and provide a venue for his attempt. So Rush managed to take the record, not 6, but 7 bowling balls while riding his unicycle for the required amount of time. There's videos. There's videos, dude.
Okay,
there's
send them
videos.
To me.
Okay, so maybe you don't have a unicycle.
Nope.
Maybe you don't have a bowling ball. You can get a bowling ball. You can get a unicycle. Christmas is coming, folks. But it doesn't mean you can't lose your heart to iHeart.
Lose it.
It doesn't mean you can't have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be yakking it up on the tube of you. By the way, our friends, the Paranormal Pie Man says, yo. Trucker Bosun says, good morning, RGR family. Folks are yakking it up on the tube of you because this, my friends, is Road Gang Radio. Maybe you're pondering all these possibilities a little bit later on all of those streaming platforms. If so, sorry we missed you this morning, but glad you made the party at all. This, by the way, my friends, is the greatest transpo show in the known universe. Forget those satellite lies of Zebulon 5. It's bumbling bloviator of a ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his his banana costume wearing minions. This, my friends, is what we're talking about. This here is the action. And we've got lots to talk about today. In just a little bit, Kevin Lindsay's going to be here for Maintenance Matters. And we got a great story from Landline, from their senior editor, Mark Schwemmer, we're going to dig into a little bit. But some people want to mix it up in the action sooner than that. At 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Hey ho, we got somebody on the phone. The foe, the who
I love
know.
a good bowl of pho.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Who this is?
Foe.
Morning, gang.
Good morning.
How we
Hey,
doing?
hey, 3.5. What's happening, brother?
Not much. We're just kind of waking up and getting the day started.
What's it looking like for you, and how you feeling? That's the first question we got to ask you. How you feeling?
I'm doing pretty good considering it all, and a few little hiccups in the road, but no big deals. We're getting better every day.
What does that look like in regards to recovery? How do you gauge that in regard? I mean, I know how we feel. We feel a little bit better. We feel, with a 2-step forward, 1 step back, slower mornings than others. But is there an all clear signal for you where they're like going, man, you are good to go and get cooking?
They say by spring I'll be back to whatever the new normal is going to be. No lifting over 10 pounds for the rest of the year, and that's the hardest thing to overcome. Because a gallon of milk is like 7.5 pounds. So going to the grocery is a chore.
Oh, man. So no 7 bowling balls in a unicycle for you is what you're telling me.
I'm not even sure 2, maybe. So, but you adjust your life accordingly, and you look towards the end, as thinking, well, it's going to be better next year.
It is going to be better next year, by the way. I have a feeling that we're going to see that in the next. It's going to take about 3 to 4 months, but I think the spring is when everything starts to really, if God willing and the creek don't rise. I think for a lot of people, both physically and existentially, I think things will look better next spring. Is that your kind of take on it as well?
Yeah, kind of. I got to stay positive and I got to look ahead, but I'm not real good at slowing down.
No, I understand that.
It kind of forced me to slow down a little bit.
It's one of those things where I think to some degree you have to kind of almost, we talk about the idea, people talk about metaphorically centering ourselves, but I really do think it's a physical action too. And I'm going to get really man-dude-ish here in the sense that, I talked to Dre about this, and I would recommend this to everybody. If you're feeling down or in a place where you're low or the world's going too fast and making you feel kind of what I call frazzled, I'm not kidding, 3.5. It's going to sound weird, but everybody needs to focus on their butthole and focus on their belly button and do the best they can do to pull the two together. I'm not being ridiculous because that's actually physically an attempt to center yourself. If you do that, guys, if you do that right now, you'll find that it kind of grounds you again. And I think enough people don't ground themselves and take that breath in there. And I think I was talking about this yesterday with a friend of mine. He gets sick a lot. He's got an autoimmune condition, but he's got the best spirit and the best attitude. So when he does get sick, he just says, I'm sick. And what he does is he then sits down and makes a list of things that he can do while he's sick and says, I'm just going to focus on doing those. Some of them are just about sleeping with proper hygiene. And I think it is to take a busy mind and focus it on the smallest of things, of productive things. That makes sense?
Yeah. The doctor wants me to walk a lot and wants me to drink a lot of water. And so, those are 2 pretty simple things. But I'm finding that going to museums, I get a lot of walking in, and I get to see stuff. And then at home, standing in the kitchen doesn't hurt. So I'm cooking a lot, baking cookies and, vegetable soup and all kinds of stuff to kind of keep things going. And not, go crazy from being, kind of bound up or whatever you want to call it.
I have to tell you, by
Restricted.
the way, I got to tell you, by the way, and this is a major compliment headed your way. The idea of a recovery plan that is based on walking museums where there are 2 things that go on there. First of all, it allows you to contemplate. It's amazing how fast time goes by. If you know what I'm saying, because you get in front of a painting you get in front of that kind of stuff and you become aware of, the scope at which it takes to kind of create a work of art like that. But museums also, for people who are in recovery, I don't know if you've noticed this, there's a lot of benches in there. So you can go from place to place and stay on your feet, but if it ever gets to be too much, you can take a breather and sit down and look at one of those works of art. And the idea of cooking vegetable soup in a kitchen, the combination of that as kind of a mindful, physical recovery plan, if you're drinking water, if you've got your water bottle with you, that is a brilliant. You could write a book about that. My recovery through cooking and museums. You could really write a book about that.
Well, luckily for me, being here in Los Angeles area, there are 4 or 5 excellent auto museums. And so I've been to all of them, but I'm starting now to take people that have never been. So it's always fun to kind of see their reaction and kind of give them a halfway guided tour through these automobile museums, and it's a win-win kind of situation all the way around.
Big D, Mr. 3.5, have you ever thought about volunteer? I mean, given the fact of your involvement with the ATHS and your genuine bona fide gearhead knowledge, the fact that you actually have a muscle memory for muscle cars, have you thought about maybe being a docent at one of those museums as a volunteer?
Well, I have, and I've spoken with several people about it, but I got to kind of get stronger, because if you're given a tour, you can't take a break.
No, you can't. You cannot.
So that'll come in the future, maybe.
By the way, I would take that tour in a second. I'm not just being your friend now. I would take that tour in a second, because a lot of people call who, this is not as much nowadays. Most of the people that call here are just good friends who have kind of rallied to the cause. But I'll tell you this, you got a great voice. You have a great voice for a docent and a tour guide as well, too, because it is engaging, reassuring, and yet at the same time has just enough pressure to hold people's attention. If you're hanging around for the rest of the show, we have Dr. Greg Hammer, who is going to be joining us, and he's been on the show before. He's coming up for Highway to Health as part of our Movember lineup, and he is talking primarily about how to beat the seasonal blues. But he's also talking about people who have younger people in their life, how older people with wisdom can actually help people who are younger get through the depression of the season. Makes me think of you for some reason. It's the kind of thing that kind of gets you going, gets me going as well too. It's a really groovy kind of thing because maintenance matters at 7:30, but mindfulness matters at 8:30. It's kind of a great combination. Let me ask you, of the 4 museums those car museums, is there one in particular that you would recommend anybody going out to California and checking out?
Well, now see, that depends on their taste, because the Lions Drag Race Museum over in Carson kind of circles around muscle cars, and the guy, it was started by a trucker, actually, that with a collection, who's since passed, but there's a foundation takes care of it. And so it has a lot of there's a movie room, there's the drag race museum part, there's muscle cars, there's one room full of Willies. But then you've got the Peterson Museum, which is like all over the charts with everything, car-wise. You've got the Nether Cup Museum, which, has a more specialty of kind of 30s stuff, Duesenbergs and Pierce Arrows and things. So it really just depends on what a guy likes. But if a guy is a gearhead like me, he'll look at anything with nuts and bolts and wheels and stuff like that. So I want to see it all,
And by the way, speaking of nuts and bolts and wheels, welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Yeah.
We got a whole bunch of them on the chat room right now, kind of yakking it up over there. I want to tell them good morning. This 3.5 joins us this morning on Road Gang Radio. Our friend Craig Daniels, 10 Ring, says good morning to all. Bruce Almighty says good morning. Hashtag RGR, back to work. Great weekend celebrating my son's birthday. Happy birthday to him. And of course, our friend The Touchdown says good morning, Road Gangers. What is the rest of the day look like? Just more recovery for you, 3.5?
Yeah, I'm going to take my sister out to lunch. That's the only thing I've really got planned. We're drying out here. We've had rain like crazy, and it seems to be the biggest part of it's over for right now. So, It'll just be a matter of, breathing the clean air until it gets warm and dirty again, and just kind of hanging out. Hey, you got your button?
Have not got it yet, but I am. Let me tell you something. I am going to go in the back today because what has been happening, Dre and I have discovered, we've gotten a couple of things delivered here to the studio, only to have discovered that they have been delivered back to the home of Edgar Degas. So we're going to be checking on that today to go see if we've gotten any additional mail that we haven't gotten yet. But I wouldn't be, if it says it's been delivered, then it's probably in the back. So that's what we're probably looking for.
4 days ago, I think.
Yeah, then they have it, and we just haven't seen the owner of the Degas house because he's a nightlife guy because he actually hosts he hosts weddings. I got to take this break, man, dude. It is good to hear from you. Keep on recovering. Thank you, 3.5.
We're out here listening.
All right, man. Quality phone call right there, Trey.
Oh, 100%.
Quality phone call. Do I got another call coming in?
We do, but we can get him after the pledge.
Let's take the pledge. Let's take the national anthem. Let's take the Bracing Cup of Java from our good friend Pastor John. Then we will get back to the phones. Guys, I don't know what it is, Dre. We used to get as many phone calls. Time runs out on us in a way, and I realize it's because you're in the room, and it's good to see you. Let's take that deep breath.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday. Hey, good morning. And I want you to know it is Tuesday. I thought I gave you a great challenge on yesterday from Matthew chapter 11, verse 28. And I shared this with you yesterday. And like I said, it wasn't for everybody. It was for the select people that are going through something. And I want to continue that journey because I'm going to tell you why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because we're in the season. Now, hear me. We're in the season of the holiday season. We're fastly approaching Thanksgiving. And I'm going to tell you, during the holiday season is when a lot of our saints get depressed, get frustrated, get bitter because they don't have the loved ones here that they used to have and used to go home and see. And I'm going to tell you, it is a very hard time. It's a very struggling time. And my prayer is that you will allow God to help you to navigate through it because I'm going to tell you, it's difficult. And like I shared with you on yesterday, some of the devotions that I'm going to be sharing over the next few days are not for everybody. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's for those folks that God has put on my heart, and he puts it on my heart to share with you that it's some folks that are struggling right now. And we that are there, we need to be sensitive to those folks and encourage them. And that's what God has given me, these scriptures, to help you to be able to minister to those folks and encourage them. Remember Matthew 11:28 yesterday. Jesus says, come to me, all who labor and heavy laden. And then he says, and I will give you rest. Today's text is found in Psalm 55, verse 22. He says, cast your burdens on the Lord, and he will sustain you. He will never permit the righteous to be moved. You know what the songwriter just said? Well, God said, throw it all in his lap and let him handle it. And he promises to sustain us. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Be an encouragement to those that are going through. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Hey guys, y'all are encouragement to us. I hope we're encouragement to you. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
We try to be out here, by the way. I hope you had a really great time yesterday, Trey, because, man, I did. All of that content is either already available or becoming available both on the tube of you or any of your podcast platforms. Speaking of podcast platforms, don't forget that when Maintenance Matters arrives, the boys from Castrol are going to be joining Kevin on this particular morning. But when Maintenance Matters arrives today, if you've missed any single one of those, all you got to do is say go to Spotify and type in Maintenance Matters, Road Gang Radio, or just Maintenance Matters. You will find the link for it on Spotify comes up. You can listen to every single episode that we've done since this process began from the beginning. What's really cool, Dre, is if any of you guys like Process, I know my good friend Scat Pack is listening this morning. Good morning to you, Duke of Dixie. I hope you're doing well. If you guys like Process, I would really advise listening in regards to a Process thing. If you follow me, Dre, from the first time you hear those things and then listen to them sequence through, how much better they get.
Oh my God! 100%.
And look, Dre's very good at what he does. I like to think that I have some competency, but in regards to kind of just figuring out the board, figuring out the sound levels, figuring out all of that stuff, everything gets better with each passing minute. As do the phone calls, by the way. I am beginning to believe that we have the best collection of phone calls in the known universe, and it's what separates us from the satellite lies of Zebulon 5. Who do I have on the phone?
Oh, well, speaking of great calls that we always have, Pack Rat's in the house with another caller ID. I didn't know who it was.
Hey, Pack Rat, what's going on, man?
Good morning, Jim. Before I get to my topic, a shout out to my Saskatchewan Rough Riders. They won the Grey Cup on Sunday.
Congratulations to them. I might actually go back and watch that. You
should.
I'm a big fan because, I have to tell you, by the way, anybody wonders how when Pack Rat and I talk, I manage to watch every NFL game. I don't. What the NFL has, and by the way, Canada has it too, is this wonderful streaming service where they cut all the games down to the 15 most crucial minutes or 20, depending upon the length of the game, Pack Rat. And you can literally catch up on everything over the course of about 2 hours and really get yourself up to speed with what happened. I might watch a no huddle of that. That sounds like a lot of fun because, man, Canadian football is the blitz, dude. It's just like, it's like you got 2 plays to make it happen. After that, you're on your own. It's how Doug Flutie got so good.
Yeah. Turnaround is awfully quick.
Yeah. What's happening? What is going on? How's the new job on?
We've got some bugs to iron out. Like we're trying to. It's a learning curve right now, but we're getting there. But I want to talk about when I was in college in student leadership. Our dean was talking to us about something he was very familiar with. It's called student development, and in that discussion, he's telling us basically that learning isn't just confined to the classroom, to lab, or the lecture hall. Learning happens everywhere. Learning happens in the cafeteria at lunch or in the student lounge or playing beer pong. Whenever you're discussing lessons with other people, other students, you're learning.
I am letting that sit for a second. And the reason I am letting that sit for a second is I'm going to give you a football story. And you and I are going to agree on something. You and I are absolutely in agreement on this. Donnie Tolk recently posted something on LinkedIn. We all know Donnie, former truck driver, actually always a truck driver. Nobody teaches people to back up better than Donnie T. But Donnie Tolk was talking about the training doesn't end with the CDL program. And I am not a fan of Pat Narduzzi over at Pittsburgh. I think his attitude is really really, really chip on the shoulder to the point of like, give me a break, dude. You actually work for a university that pays you $1 million at the Cathedral of Learning. Take it easy. That being said, one of the things that Pat McAfee talked about, I don't know if you know this, no university program produces more NFL players who aren't 4- and 5-star athletes, meaning that Pat Narduzzi, more so than any other coach in the nation, takes 2- and 3-star recruits as 17 and 18-year-olds and turns them into NFL draft picks. Think about what that says about his ability to develop players.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And you see where I'm going with this, right? The idea is that as a teacher, as a trainer, as an instructor, as somebody who is running a business where you want your drivers to stay with you, that development, student development, is an ongoing process that requires constant check-ins and a back-and-forth conversation between the student and the instructor. And the instructor has to leave themselves open to learning from the student, because if they don't, they won't have anything to teach them.
Oh, absolutely. I'll just give you a small example here. Where I'm working right now, there's a young lad working here that I've known him since he was in diapers. And he became a truck driver, got his CDL, and I helped him get his first job as a training. And I'm working with him right now, and he's teaching me things. And you learn from whoever's available.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, I was on the phone last night with Dave and Cheryl, and launching a new company, which is essentially what this is very, very difficult. When I tell you what my wife, Nick DeMeo, and Tara Garris have taught me over the last couple of months about building a platform, and what Dre has taught me about patience and decency over the last 4 to 5 months, have been staggering. And I feel like I've given them a lot, and I feel like in return, the 4 of them have given me literally a foundation from which I can, the rock on which I can build my church. It's important. Brother, we are at 30 seconds left. I'm so glad you got in. What a great, mindful way to start the day. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, thanks, Jimmy Mack. And I've said this before. If you spent the whole day and you didn't learn anything, you've just wasted a day.
Amen to that. What a great way to start Road Gang Radio. I think we'll start with a plump tuba player, too. That would be a great way to kind of get things going here. Oh, yeah. And by the way, Maintenance Matters is coming up. Hopefully the last time Maintenance Matters won't have its own unique sort of signature. We got a couple of those coming up for you guys. We're building things on a daily basis. Be patient with us. God isn't finished with us just yet.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are, so go give us a like on all those platforms and spread the word. Good morning, Jimmy.
By the way, did you see what our good friend Scat Pack said in the YouTube chat? It's a great time to be trucking.
Yeah, buddy.
That's it. Simple to the point. By the way, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's an interesting time to be trucking. I will say that before we actually make our pivot into Maintenance Matters here on Road Gang Radio. There is another bill in Congress aimed at preventing illegal immigrants from receiving a CDL. Those are the words of Landline senior editor Mark Schwemmer. The candidly named No CDLs for Illegals Act was introduced by Representative Jeff Van Drew, a Republican of New Jersey, on October the 28th. H.R. 5863 would require CDL candidates to present proof of citizenship, lawful permanent resident status, or a valid work authorization document. The bill would prohibit a state from issuing a CDL to an individual who is not domiciled in the state, there's your non-domiciled, and it would require states to use the SAVE system to verify a non-citizen's applicant's immigration status. States would be obligated to deny any applicants if the SAVE system doesn't confirm their lawful presence in these here United States of America. Additionally, the bill would allow the Secretary of Transportation to suspend funds from states that improperly issue CDLs. The No CDLs for Illegal Act also takes aim at trucking companies. There's the action, by the way, and where it should actually start. At trucking companies that hire drivers with invalid licenses. H.R. 5863 would direct the DOT to issue a rulemaking that would fine motor carriers that knowingly employ drivers who don't hold a valid CDL. That, by the way, like I said, I don't disagree with a lot of that. Strike it, reverse it. Focus less on the people who are there doing the illegal acts on the road. Focus more on the people who are enabling them to do it. I think it's a much more humane approach to the situation and encourages those who are in line to get into this country and doing it right to keep on following that path and become part of this great American experience. Speaking of great Americans, speaking of great experience, what do you say we pivot and head on into Maintenance Matters? Kevin Lindsay, by the way, is the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America. He joins us on a regular basis, meaning every single Tuesday here on Maintenance Matters, but every once in a while on a regular basis. Eric Arnold, field engineer, and Byron Kelchner, the senior national account manager for fleets over at Castrol, join us as well, too. So I will avoid Howard Hawks' film from breaking out and having all three of you say good morning together and simply say, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, Jimmy. How are you?
Good morning to you, my friend. And Eric, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jimmy.
And Byron, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
It's good to have you. Kevin, let's take a moment here to kind of unpack what we're talking about today, because oil can certainly tell us a lot, can it not?
Oh, absolutely, right? Lifeblood of the engine, right? Lifeblood of trucking, however you want to look at it. Right? I mean, kind of literally, right? Without that lubrication factor, none of this stuff works right. You know what I mean?
I do. And by the way, today is National Occult Day. And I'm saying that because so many things that involve the occult involve reading signs, reading mysterious signs, looking at things and trying to ascertain the truth from the way something looks, from the way something smells, from the way something feels, and then coming to conclusions. And you could make a case that oil and occult begin with an O for very similar reasons, because so much of understanding what is going on from a performance standpoint, from a wear standpoint, and the overall engine health really depends a lot on how we're able to interpret what our oil is doing, what it's telling us, and when it is time to either change it or consider actually changing the oil that we use. So I'm going to start by kind of digging in here with Eric. Can you talk just a little bit to us, just a little bit about how to kind of have a relationship with how you check your oil, what you're looking for, and all that stuff, and then we'll pivot to Byron, and then we'll go back to Kevin. So, Eric, let's start off with you.
Sure. It should be almost a routine, right? That's what everybody says, but it really should be part of your routine. Get used to checking it frequently, and what I mean by checking it is just something you can do at the side of the truck. Lift the hood. Look at your oil level, check your dipstick, check for leaks, look around the engine. The dipstick will tell you an awful lot about what's going on inside of that engine just by looking at it. What does your oil level look like? How does the oil look on the dipstick? How does it smell? Sounds kind of weird, but if you're used to it and you know it, there's always going to be a slight diesel smell. But if one day you check and whoa, it's the level's high and you can smell a lot of diesel, chances are you've got a leak. So there's a lot you can see. If you've got leaks somewhere on the engine, around the side near the filters, if you've got oil going out, chances are you've got contamination going back in. You've got an opening somewhere. These are all things that can really tell you a lot about what's going on inside that engine.
Eric, I'm going to ask you a very ignorant question, but I think the only kind of questions you should ask are ignorant. If you're, unless you're an attorney and you basically should know the answers to what the question you're asking. And since I'm not, I'm going to take a chance here. When you talk about the idea of smelling the diesel, is it because that you're able to smell so much diesel in it because the diesel's on top of it? The idea, is that kind of the process of what's going on here, that the more diesel you smell, it cuts through the smell of the oil, and that you're able to kind of tell that something else is inside of the oil? Why is it that we're able to smell diesel so clearly? Why doesn't it get kind of, there's certain things that nullify the smell of one thing, and there's certain things that are actually able to overpower it, and a lot of things get on top of oil. And I'm saying that metaphorically. Are you following me here?
I am. And diesel has a very strong odor. And of course, this is a very subjective test. I mean, if you have a lot of nasal congestion, and I'm certainly not recommending that someone puts their nose next to the dipstick and starts huffing on the thing.
No, that makes you a dipstick. Actually, if you do that, that actually makes you a genuine dipstick. Because when you said people should check their dipstick, I kept thinking about Dre checking on me. But go ahead. Sorry, continue, Eric.
No, but it's something that's always going to be there. It's pervasive in engine oil just because injection pressures are really high. It's what helps turn all the moving parts in that engine. It is that fuel. It's not always going to achieve perfect combustion. There's going to be diesel in there. However, if you're used to checking it, there's always going to be a slight odor to it just because it's there. But if you do have a bad leak, it will be very clear that you'll smell it. You'll pull the dipstick out and you'll be holding it, and it's like, whoa, there's just a lot more than usual. And that's really what you want to look for. And that's why if it's something that you check frequently, you'll be able to notice that difference rather than, if you just go pull it out today and you smell diesel, it's like, well, is that more than before? I don't know. But it's just an indicator to help point you in the right direction, if that answers your question.
It does, and it actually leads me to a real quick question to Kevin. So it seems to me, in regards to a regular kind of reoccurrence of ongoing maintenance, that when you actually have genuine maintenance, I take my rig into you, Kevin. At the end of it, it might not be a bad idea when you're like, look, this is where it should be. We've actually got your truck humming. We've got that natural harmonic going here, as you like to call it, to take a sniff of that dipstick and to be like, that's my baseline. So I know what that smells like when everything has been done diligently, that I have a sense of where it should be, so that when the changes do occur, I have that reference point to kind of go back to. That it almost seems like when you guys do maintenance on something, it's a really good time to check all the kind of stuff that Eric was just talking about. Is that fair?
No, I think that is fair, and actually that's kind of a good idea in a sense, Jimmy, because as far as all of our senses that we have, smell links to memory more than any of them, I believe. So from things I've read. So, and I know for me it does.
Well, let me tell you something, Kevin. If you combine cherry juice, whiskey, and oranges, all I think about is my grandparents. I kid you not, man. I just think about an old fashioned on a porch. That's the absolute truth. And guys, feel free to chime in as I ask questions here. Byron, I wanted to kind of ask you because in many ways, both Kevin and Eric can articulate this as well. But for the sake of those, we're always onboarding new people into the industry who know how to drive but don't have a full grasp of everything. Can you kind of talk in overall? I'm sure Kevin has some thoughts about how oil moves through and kind of protects the engine. I mean, what its principal purpose is in its movement through the engine.
Yeah, certainly. And real quick before that, since you mentioned it was National Occult Day, I think that might be one of the best references for the way people are about oil. So I think that was really good, and I never thought about it that way. Certainly, it's tough to get people to move off of what they kind of believe in. Certainly, but really, I do think when you look at kind of the functions of an engine oil, there's a couple of things of what it's trying to do. Of course, primary role is to reduce friction between two metal components that are, in constant contact with each other with high amount of pressure, high amount of wear points. So that oil is there for that to kind of, lubricate against the friction and reduce the metal-to-metal contact. The other thing it's trying to do is move heat away. So it's trying to move heat away from those internal components and kind of move that to another area and draw that heat down because everything that's going on inside of that engine, and today's engines operate at a higher temperature than what they did 15, 20 years ago. So there's a lot of heat we have to move. So we're asking an awful lot of an engine oil versus what maybe we asked of an engine oil 20 years ago, especially when you look at emissions, with EGR coolers. So we're taking that exhaust gas, and recirculating that back into the combustion cycle of that engine. So, we have this hot air that's kind of moving through. So we're really trying to do a lot of things like that with it as well. And the other thing we're trying to do is really extend the life of the engine as well with it. So we're reducing friction, we're reducing heat by trying to transfer that from one spot to another. But on top of that, we're asking a lot of that engine oil to extend the life of that engine far more than what we did before, especially when we look at drain intervals. I mean, 20 years ago, people were, consistently changing oil at maybe 15 to 30,000 miles. They would kind of change their engine oil out. A lot of fleets now, you're looking at 70,000. And with the upcoming, regulations and new oils that'll be coming out about a year or so from now, we're looking at pushing that goalpost even further down the road. So we're asking an awful lot of an engine oil nowadays.
Yeah, and that sort of asking of the engine means that, we talk about the idea that so many things are getting onboarded to quote unquote make life easier on the driver. In many ways, they make for a better ride. They make for a more pleasant experience. It feels to me like the trade-off is, though, okay, you claim to be a high-skilled tradesman, and they are. You claim to be somebody who really is on top of the ins and outs of your truck. We're asking for people to become almost more attentive in what is going on, that it isn't about checking out more, it's about checking in more, that you really want to be kind of on top of it because you want to guarantee what all of the new technology has to offer. Seems to be the trade-off there, that it's like, yes, you're getting a lot of great stuff, but we're asking you to be more mindful in your maintenance. Is that fair, Byron?
Yeah, no, I really do think so. I think that's a good point. We are asking a lot more of people. So, as you know, trucks don't cost the same as what they did 10 years ago. You can ask anybody that's needed to replace a piece of equipment or any fleet out there. I mean, the cost is kind of going through the roof. So really looking at kind of protecting that investment. And it's more than just, hey, get behind the wheel, pointing it down the road and, and doing that and just trying to do that safely. There's a lot of things you have to go on and think about. And I kind of think back to, what Eric was talking about a little bit, and even Kevin as well, kind of thinking about getting that baseline on it. For me, I think one of the big things, even when I was kind of a former driver, was that pre-trip inspection, right? So, you got a new piece of equipment. You want to try and become, I'm going to say, kind of intimate with that equipment and understand the ins and outs and what the sounds are of it. I think that pre-trip inspection before a driver heads out for that day check that engine oil level. Those are one of the things, but there's a multitude of things, right? We're not looking at, hey, are the tires are inflated? Are all the lights working? And then I'm just going to head down the road. We need to look a little bit deeper than that. But that's how we get to learn our equipment. And that's also how you start to learn, hey, something is off. I need to kind of look into something a little bit further. Maybe I need to reach out to a guy like Kevin at TA and get a little bit of help here along the way.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back, I think, to what Kevin and I talked about, the idea that one of the obligations you have is when somebody tunes you up, somebody gets you in tip-top shape, it isn't your job to be like, thanks, and then roll on out. It's like, tell me what you've done, show me what you've done, and show me what it should look like when everything is exactly as it should be. I want to give you guys a laugh. We got a lot of folks out there in the chat right now throwing in comments. 10 Ring, Craig Daniels, who many of you guys might know as a Citizen Driver of the Year, said, my old boss and mentor with aviation maintenance actually taught me to taste oil, just a drop then squished on the roof of my mouth. And we're laughing about that, but I'm telling you, it goes back to the occult thing. There are tips there. Kevin, is that fair? I mean, could you actually discern?
It is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not one of those that can tell the difference as far as the taste now. As a technician for many years, I've tasted every fluid that's in these diesel engines at some point in time. But I can tell you, as far as discerning a taste, to tell the difference between good and bad, I'm not going to say I can do that. But, quite honestly, I have had several techs over the years in my classes that have told me that they're able to determine, if oil, coolant, DEF even was good by tasting it. I'm like, I'm not telling you to do that. I can't tell you that's a good way of doing it, but I know it's out there. So, I appreciate that. That's one of those good things because, I remember back in my military days, I did have an old sergeant told me that one day. He said, hey, if you don't think it's right, just taste it. See what you think. I'm like, I ain't tasting that.
Let me tell you something, though, guys. Be careful how much you taste because one taster is literally in a garage. The other taster is literally under an interstate. And there's a big difference between the two kinds of tasting that go on there. Eric, I wanted to kind of talk about what the long-term effects of this are, because a lot of people don't realize catastrophic is catastrophic. Literally being the girl in the car, or the newbie who literally has no idea what he or she is doing behind the wheel of a truck, and the whole thing kind of unraveling because they never bothered to check it or change it at all. But not doing your maintenance at the level you should on a regular basis, you might get around to changing it. But when you finally decide to make the change to oil, sometimes the damage is already done. And then at that point, when you let it go too far, even if from that point on you start doing maintenance again, it's kind of like quitting smoking late in life, that it's like, yeah, good for you now that you've got your life back on track, but you can't make up for the damage that you were doing by letting things run too far, right? I mean, there's a point where you've got to stay on top of this, because one bad period of time where you don't keep up with this can do things that cannot be fixed by simply getting diligent about oil, correct?
Yes, and I've had too many conversations over the point of my career where we've reached that point, and as much as I would love it to, if the oil could be poured in and magically heal the engine components, I think Byron would have a pretty easy time out there selling the oil, but it's unfortunately we're not at that point yet. And like you said, it's so easy to just think, I'll just push this down the road. It seems to be running fine, right? And if this is something you do yourself but you don't have time, there are experts out there like our friends at TA that you can just pull in, get your service done, have it done right, and I guarantee you it would cost a lot less than having your vehicle recovered or having to replace some components. I mean, a little bit of savings can certainly cost a lot in the end if it's not done the right way.
There, by the way, Kevin, is a football analogy here that actually works. I talk about Baker Mayfield at Cleveland. Had he actually taken the advice of doctors and ignored the people of the Browns organization and sat himself for that fateful year, he would not have exacerbated an injury that took him off his career path for 2.5 years until he finally makes his way to Los Angeles for that magic night that gets him over to Tampa. But people forget that too, that pushing something too hard, whatever the stakes are, can often do long-term damage to the truck that a simple tune-up can no longer fix, and that's important. So let's talk about tools and tests. Kevin, I will start with you, and then we'll turn back to Byron and Eric and kind of get through this. Are there tools and tests that really, along with checking that dipstick, that really kind of help you spot problems before they start?
Well, yeah, and quite honestly, Eric really alluded to the key point, and so did Byron with the pre-trip there. You've got to look for those leaks. The outward signs of the issues. But because when you stop and think about that, just like Eric said, when you do have a leak, and this is true with any system on the truck, almost anything. When you got something under pressure that's coming out of an opening, there's inevitably, the laws of physics get into play. So there's a little bit of a vacuum on the outside edges of that, regardless of how that's flowing outward. So there's going to be contaminants that's going to come in. If stuff can go out, there's things coming in at the microscopic level that you may not even realize. So keeping up with that, and a lot of this, like we're talking about now, I'm never going to suggest to anyone, well, taste it and see if it tastes right to you. But the smell is definitely a thing. The smell, the look, the feel. That's something that I've always taught technicians over the years, is when you are checking oil, feel that with your run it across your fingers a little bit, feel it. Do you feel any grit? Do you see any sparkles in that oil? Hey, look, there's some gold. Hey, I must have gold dust in my engine. Well, it's probably not gold. It's bronze. There's some materials wearing in that engine. That's what that is.
I'm going to make you laugh. Kevin, wait for this. Wait, Dave Nemo jumped in the chat, and he wants to know if you guys have any oil sommelier openings. If you guys might have a position around for everybody who wants to kind of jump in and taste a little oil and see if they can get something kind of going on from that.
Being a cult, Dave, maybe we should,
That's
true.
We got to get the oil taster. Let's go get Nemo. Yeah, that ain't right. Oh, this is going to run you. Take a little taste of it and kind of figure out things from there. Byron, when you talk to your customers, and when you talk about the products that you guys have to offer, this pushing it a little bit further, which people shouldn't do, but this is in a case where people really are up against the clock and time does not only fly, but it slips past you. This is why getting a quality oil is so important, because people do forget. And I was thinking about this in regards to what Eric had to say. The idea is that if you let it go too far just a little bit each time before you change it, that accumulates as well too. So that's really why it's crucial to make sure that you get the kind of oil that actually allows you maybe every once in a while to go, you know what, I let this go too far, but I should be okay this time because of the product I'm using, correct?
Yeah, that's true. And, and I would say, us as an oil marketer, right? We're an oil manufacturer. We will have some guidelines out there as far as where our products kind of go. And let's just say one of our more top tier products, our long drain product, because we've engineered it for a certain weight, out to 80,000 miles kind of with that. So I would tell you is there's an awful lot of work that goes into us being able to comfortably say, hey, here's a product that we've made, that we've engineered, that can go out here for an extended long drain period of time. What I would also tell you is there's kind of a backstop built into that. There's a cushion kind of built into that as well, because we know without a doubt that somebody's going to forget. Somebody's going to push it a little too far. That happens. And Kevin knows that, right? Everybody thinks, oh, I thought I just had my oil changed last month. Well, no, it was, 6 months ago. You kind of weren't on top of it. So those are some of the things that we do is you have to engineer a product for the worst case scenario and then some on top of it, I think. And I think one other point to kind of make, and I, years ago in a previous life when I, had a role similar to Kevin, but was kind of running a truck shop and kind of doing that, I think one of the things I looked at when people would think about deferring maintenance or deferring things was I would explain it real simple to them, and I would say, look, you either pay now or you pay later, but I would guarantee you later comes at a much higher cost kind of with that. So, that getting PMs done, oil changes done on time, man, that's so key. And it's cheap insurance. Oil is cheap compared to what an engine overhaul or getting your truck towed somewhere to kind of get done is. So those are just some of the things that we kind of look at.
Byron, I'm going to make you laugh. My dad is a former attorney, and he says people that begin with attorneys end as friends. People that end with attorneys don't. And in the same way, people that begin with good products end with trucks that are running, and people that end with good products are the ones who are buying a new product to put that new oil into. By the way, Kevin, you were going to add this.
Very true.
I was going to jump in and say, hey, Byron, I really chuckled at that because I'm actually sitting in the parking lot doing the show right now, and I'm sitting out here, and my change engine oil supply came on, and well, I'm 300 miles from home still, so right, it's a sign, right?
Yeah. It's the occult, it's sending a message to you. For your,
that's what it is. It's
Yeah.
telling me, right?
Yeah,
but I'm going to be a little late with this one. So
yeah, and by the way, like we were saying too, we're not alarmists here, and we want to make sure we're really clear. It happens every once in a while. The idea is to make sure it doesn't happen every once in a while all the time. Is really what we're kind of striving for here. Because and Eric, we can leave this with you too. It becomes much more complex in a fleet situation. An owner operator has his baby, has his girl, has his Flying Dutchman, whatever they want to call it, and that becomes the focus of their world, like our good friend Dean Croak's Grumpy Pete Peterbilt. That thing never lacks for the oil that it needs. But it becomes in fleet management where it becomes a problem, and since the majority of the people we talk to that listen to the show are either independent owner-operators or work for responsible fleets, it's just a matter of you have to really kind of also work with the people who are working with you when you change trucks occasionally, because that's the other thing as well too, that a fleet will be well managed and one will slip through the cracks. That's a problem, isn't it?
It is, and you don't see a lot of spares sitting around. And that makes it even more critical. In the past, you would see a whole bunch kind of lined up out at the end of the lot, right? And you could just hop into one of those if you need to get through the day. But that's not the case anymore. So scheduling it and accommodating sort of hey, we see something, we really need to down this thing and get some service done. It's a little bit more challenging, but again, it's like Byron said, pay now or pay later. Sometimes you just have to adjust.
Pay now or pay later. That is the whole point of Maintenance Matters, guys. You're not going to believe it. We've actually moved through an occult time wormhole and somehow gotten to the end of this segment. I can't believe it's gotten here so fast. Kevin Lindsay.
No way.
Yeah, done. I mean, look at the clock. Look at the clock, my brother. You were sitting in a parking lot in the middle of like the ether someplace. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay, of course, as always, from Travel Centers of America. But Castrol's Byron Kelchner and Eric Arnold have both joined us this morning, and we love having them as well. Happiest of holidays to you two. We won't get a chance to talk with you guys until after Thanksgiving, but we love having you on. All three of you, thank you for making the time, and have the best of days.
Thanks. Have a great day, everybody.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Jamie.
You got it, brother, as always. This has been Maintenance Matters. Guys, you know where TA Petro is. Head on over to their website, please, and check them out, ta-petro.com. And, of course, you know they work very closely with Castrol. We'll be back on the other side with Trucking Tributes, followed by Highway to Health here on Road Gang Radio.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I'm speaking with Jason Taylor. Jason represents Jason Taylor and Daughter Trucking out of Norridge Walk, Maine, and I'm going to have some fun with Jason during this Trucking Tributes show because 2025 is going to be his very first load of veterans wreaths, which I'm so excited for you, Jason. It gives me goosebumps. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk to you. And the first thing I do, Jason, for everybody on Trucking Tributes is I ask you to tell me how you actually got involved in the trucking industry to begin with.
Just grew up in it. My father owned a small construction company here in town. I worked for him. Then I got into the logging aspect through another local company and ran logging equipment for them, and then get into a log truck, and then did a couple other little things in between, and then I finally bought my own truck about 20 years ago, and here I am.
And so the Jason Taylor and Daughter Trucking, I love that. Tell me about the daughter part.
Well, she's 21 or maybe 22. Yeah, she's 22 now. And she's going to school to be a nurse or in the nursing field. I don't think she's totally made up her mind on exactly what area she's headed to, but she was going to go in the military right out of high school, but she got hurt her senior year playing field hockey and had like 3 surgeries on her ankle, and they can't get it right. So she's doing the next best thing.
Oh, well, God bless her for her willingness to want to serve to begin with, because as you know, Jason, so few actually step up to the plate and say that I will serve. So at least her heart was in the right place, and she'll do well in the nursing career, I'm sure. And hey, at that age, she's apt to change her mind a couple of times anyway, and there's nothing wrong with that either.
That's right.
We've certainly all done that. So, Jason, what did you like about trucking? I mean, I know it was in your family and so forth, but obviously you had some choices too, and you stayed with it. What do you like about it?
The challenge. I do a lot of off-road trucking and that type of stuff, so we're always trying to back into tight spots and tight areas. I like the woods equipment and construction equipment too, so doing all kinds of different stuff.
Sounds like fitting into that tight spot is something that we're going to be putting on your shoulders, Jason, because as you know, with Trucking Tributes and the Wreaths Across America mission going into 2025 this year, and of course, we're already in season. It's really hard to believe that, but we are in season full force now. And in 2025, Jason, we are at over 5,300 participating locations, and that's in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. And by golly, the secret has been spread on Trucking Tributes regularly. we need trucks. Now, you tell me, what is your company all about in terms of what you haul? Tell me how you operate in that regard.
I haul all mostly forestry products like logs. Today I haul pine logs and stuff, and then I also haul biomass chips to the big mills to make power and stuff. So just logging, and then once in a while I'll hook onto a low bed and haul logging equipment around and stuff. Get the guys ready for the next job.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much in the state of Maine, or whereabouts do you travel?
I'm 95% of what I do is in Maine, but in the springtime we have it's mud season up here, so a lot of our roads are closed down to heavy trucking. So I got a company I work for that has, we call them satellite yards. They pile up wood all winter long, and then we go there in the spring and we bring it back to our big mill here in town.
Yeah, it's been known to be mud season in the fall too, depending upon the weather, right, Jason?
It's getting there. It just started raining here about 20 minutes ago. So
I know we're expected to get quite a swath of rain in the state of Maine, and it can be a challenge, especially for the trucking division at Wreaths Across America, because we've got trucks coming and going, of course, and if we don't have that really cold winter weather to firm the roads up a bit, by golly, things can get a little tricky at times with some of the mud here and there. So, Jason, I'm curious now. I understand that you have not served yourself in the military. Is that correct?
right.
How did you hear about Wreaths Across America?
I've actually been following it for years because where it established here in Maine, it's always been a local news story, and I look forward to it every year. So I've basically been watching it for 20 something years ever since they started it. So I've always wanted to participate and never really had the right truck and equipment to do it. So finally, I got the right stuff to do it, and hopefully, it's the beginning of a long career, a long process, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to call it is your dedication to the mission of Wreaths Across America, of course, to remember our fallen, honor those who serve, and teach the next generation the value of freedom. And it is amazing to us, Jason, the amount of people that will kind of sit on the sidelines for a while and watch us and be familiar with what we do, especially so many people familiar with the annual escort to Arlington. But of course, we're year round now with our mission. And it's really cool to hear you say that at this point now, you're ready to step up and step forward. So a lot of folks listening, Jason, to Trucking Tributes are still some of those folks who are on the fence. They've never done it. They've never participated. They may be thinking that, this year, 2025 is going to be my year. So tell me what the process was like for you dealing with Courtney and actually getting involved for this year.
It was pretty easy this year because she already had all my information and other stuff from last year. Just last year didn't seem to work out, but she's still looking to get me a load. She's obviously going to get me a load. She just doesn't know where yet. I'm like, I'll go anywhere in the country you need me to go. So we're good to go.
Wow, that's that can-do attitude that I'm always talking about on Trucking Tributes, Jason. It's like you really are stepping up saying, hey, I'll do what it takes. I'll go where you need me to go.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the type of person I am. Whatever it takes to get the job done, I'm there to help someone out, do whatever they need to. And this cause, I'll do whatever load they need me to do wherever. If I need to do multiple short loads, I'll do those. Whatever they need done, I'll do it.
And we do need that. I'm not going to speak for Courtney and how she's going to assign you or where she'll be assigning you to, because I don't have any involvement in that regard. But I've been with this organization long enough to know that we need trucks. And as she always says, I cannot fill a tanker and I cannot fill a flatbed, but she makes relationships with other companies that have trailers and vans and so forth. And by golly, Jason, these veterans wreaths go from Maine and Columbia Falls, Maine, all throughout the country, overseas. We're in Puerto Rico and Guam. And these wreaths travel by every mode of transportation you can imagine, including LNG tankers airliners, trains. We have an incredible intermodal system out west working with JB Hunt and some of our railroad companies to be able to get those wreaths out to our volunteers throughout the country in time for National Wreaths Across America Day. I'm Susan Patton. I'm speaking with Jason Taylor, and he's with Jason Taylor and Daughter Trucking out of Norridge Walk, Maine. You're listening to Trucking Tributes, and we certainly want to thank the folks on Radio Nemo for having us on this morning, as well as Wreaths Across America. And as I just mentioned to Jason and those listening today to Trucking Tributes, we are now in the heart of it. Some of our trucks will be coming in to Down East Maine. I was just down east earlier this week and can tell you that the brush is being gathered. And for those of you who are still unfamiliar, the tipping process with these balsam trees, we don't cut these trees down. They are literally tipped at the top of the trees, and some of the brush is gathered up from the sides of the trees in order to make these fresh balsam fir remembrance wreaths. And last year, over 3.2 million veterans wreaths were placed because of patriotic citizens throughout the country saying, hey, I want to sponsor one of these veterans wreaths that's going to be laid on someone's headstone. It's a person, a U.S. military service member, laid to rest anywhere in the country. And you don't have to be a big national cemetery like Arlington National Cemetery to participate. It can be a small community cemetery. It can be a memorial. We've placed many wreaths at memorials for different communities, and it just takes individual citizens to step up as volunteers to start new locations for us, and that is happening. You know, we got started years ago, and we haven't looked back since because of patriotic Americans who say this means something to us. You know, I'm curious, Jason, you've mentioned that you've been watching Wreaths Across America for quite some time, thinking about how much you'd like to get participated. What spoke to you the most? Why did you stay persistent in your your attempt to get involved with us? What spoke to you the most?
Because it's just a great cause. Just remembering those who gave it all so that we could have it all. It's not a lot, but it's something that we can do for them.
It is a lot. It is a lot. I want to correct you, Jason Taylor. It is a lot. And even if you do 100 wreaths, even if you do a 53-foot van truckload full of wreaths, every single one of those veterans' wreath is a story and a remembrance wreath for someone's story who served. And these volunteers are boots on the ground, as we refer to them on Trucking Tributes and at Wreaths Across America. These volunteers are eagerly awaiting your arrival with their wreaths in time for National Wreaths Across America Day, which this year is Saturday, December 13th. And they are waiting for you. And I'm so excited, as I said at the top of the show, Jason, because you're going to experience so much. And of course, I know some of the things that you're going to be experiencing, and I don't want to let the entire cat out of the bag, but so many of our professional drivers, Jason, who have participated as members of our honor fleet with Wreaths Across America will say and have gone on record saying that it is the most important load that they have ever transported in their professional driving career. So you are, I'm so excited for you. You are in for a complete roller coaster of emotions, as they call it, when you come up to Columbia Falls to get your load of wreaths. Now, what has Courtney continued to tell you about the process? So do you know when you're coming into, I know you're in Maine, but do you know when you're coming up to the driver's lounge? Any of that information yet?
She hasn't mentioned any of that yet. It's still in the process.
Okay. Well, at Trucking Tributes and at Wreaths Across America, we have a program that's basically, you hear so much about the final mile in truck driving that we are really focused on the first mile experience, because what we want is to be sure that you understand. I know, Jason, you've been following Wreaths Across America for a long time, and you are a Mainer, and so you're familiar with the fact that we are headquartered out of the state of Maine. But there's a tremendous amount we discover every year with all our professional drivers that people don't know about Wreaths Across America. So you are going to have an awesome opportunity, and they like to be sure that you get a feel for everything that's going on. And they do this with every professional driver, whether they're coming in from Colorado or Mississippi or, Jacksonville. It doesn't matter where these professional drivers are coming in from. You are going to go to the driver's lounge, as we call it, in Columbia Falls, Maine, to check in. And that's where you'll be receiving information on your load. They will then send you to your loading dock, which is literally, as we say in Maine, just down the road a piece from the driver's lounge, and you will get loaded up. And then, of course, by the time that you arrive, Courtney and the whole team in the driving transportation sector at Wreaths Across America, they'll know where you're headed. And maybe, as you mentioned at the head of the show, Jason, you might have one trip that takes you far and beyond. You may have multiple trips because of those smaller cemeteries, and because when we bring so many new volunteers on and new participating cemeteries, sometimes they only need that smaller trailer full because they've only gotten so many wreaths sponsored. But it's really important to them, as I mentioned, that you are going to be arriving with their wreaths. Because you know what, man? They work on this all year long. They're working even as we speak to continue to get sponsorships to be sure that all the military veterans in their participating cemetery are going to be honored. So what are you hauling for a trailer? What are they going to fill you up? What have you got that they're going to fill?
I have got a 24-foot enclosed car trailer.
Awesome. Now, have you hauled with this before? Is this a brand new thing for you to be doing, or?
New thing to do.
Okay. All right. So a 24-foot trailer. And by golly, we've had even smaller trailers. We've had motorcycle trailers. We have had, and the fun part of that too is that sometimes some of the big rigs that go to some of the larger cemeteries are not allowed to go into the cemetery. And that's another reason why we need people just like Jason Taylor, who's hauling a 24-foot trailer. And you said, hey, I'm used to getting into tight spots. I've had that experience. Yeah. So, I mean, some of our smaller participating cemeteries or some of our smaller veterans clubs or places that are memorials need to have your experience, Jason, of fitting into these tight spots because they just don't know what they're dealing with, or they know, but we just don't know until they call and say, okay, we've got a final number of wreaths where these wreaths need to go. So the circumstance that you may find yourself in may be also connecting with other people. One of my favorite stories years ago when I first started trucking tributes, Jason, was a location out in Illinois. And their circumstance was they had a very large veteran cemetery, but the cemetery rules said no big tractor trailers in this cemetery. So they had to really think about this for a minute. The volunteers did. And by golly, the day that the truck showed up with the veterans wreaths on the truck, volunteers came in horse trailers, livestock trailers, pickup trucks, you name it. And they showed up at the cemetery to offload, or at that location that they decided to offload that truck and then get those wreaths over to the cemetery. And your location coordinator, you'll be given that contact information. And we depend on all of our professional drivers to keep that communication with their location coordinator so that they know exactly when you're going to arrive. And you're going to be treated like an absolute king, Jason, not only by the Wreaths Across America family, which you'll discover soon when you come into the driver's lounge, but you're also going to be highly revered and respected by your volunteers that you're going to be servicing with the wreaths. Are you getting goosebumps yet, Jason?
Yes. I've had them ever since I signed up.
See, I'm just a tease. Sorry about that.
Yep. Yep. So,
But there's so much to see. So you will be able to, like so many of our professional drivers, will be able to tour our national Wreaths Across America museum right at headquarters in Columbia Falls. They want you to see the museum. It's probably what I say is Maine's best kept secret. This museum is absolutely beautiful, and it has thousands of artifacts that were donated to Wreaths Across America from families that have wanted to be sure that their loved ones' stories are remembered. You're going to be able to see the actual factory where the veterans' wreaths are being put together and assembled. Even as we speak, they are being assembled, and that incredible aroma that comes along with that from that fresh balsam fir from those veterans' wreaths is just astounding. It's going to hit you before you get anywhere near the door. You're going to smell that. You'll also be able to go out on our tip land. And for those of you listening to Trucking Tributes today who are unfamiliar with our tip land, that's where Worcester Wreath, and Worcester Wreath is the vendor for Wreaths Across America for these beautiful handmade balsam fir wreaths. The tip land is where these balsam fir trees grow. And Wreaths Across America has a free program, Jason, called the Family Remembrance Tree Program, where we can make a replica dog tag for anyone in your family who may have served. All we need is that information. We put it on the dog tag, and we allow you to go out on the tip land, and we will give you a guided tour so that you don't get lost, and we don't have to send out the Forest Service looking for you on the tip land. We will make sure you get that guided tour, and you are going to be able to see thousands, and I do mean thousands, of these dog tags that have been placed among the branches of these balsam fir trees. And on a breezy day, I was just down there the other day doing some video footage. On a breezy day, you can hear them kind of tinkling in the trees. And in the evening, if you're driving through at night after it's gotten dark, your headlights will capture them, and you'll see this flash of silver in the trees and think, what the heck is that? Well, dog tags from our families and members who served. And that means so much to our Gold Star families who have lost a loved one in service when they come to tag a tree, because they know that the balsam fir from those trees will be harvested to make a veteran's wreath that will be placed on a headstone somewhere throughout this country, honoring another veteran, so they feel like it is a lifelong mission. Now, I bet you have a bunch of questions, and I'm usually, Jason, in this instance, the questioner on Trucking Tributes. By the way, we want to thank the folks on RadioNemo for having us on this morning, and I'm your host, Susan Patton, speaking with Jason Taylor and daughter, Trucking, and Jason's first year this year. I'm so excited for you. In a 24-foot trailer, Jason has told our trucking division, hey, I will do what it takes for you. You can fill up my 24-foot trailer with these fresh balsam fir veterans wreaths, and I will take them to wherever those awaiting volunteers are on the ground to make sure that they can honor their fallen on National Wreaths Across America Day. Do you have any questions for me, Jason?
not as of right now. I'm just excited to be doing it. That's all. I'm honored, really.
And again, I'm so glad that the mission spoke to you. What does your family think about all this?
Oh, they think it's awesome. My brother has already messaged me, said, whatever the fuel is, I'll pay half of it. So I can do something, he says. So
Oh, that's a beautiful thing. That is absolutely a beautiful thing. I am just floored by your dedication to the mission, Jason. It really is powerful. And to know, I'm so glad that this finally worked out for you. And as Courtney George, our director of transportation, is saying, there are so many Jason Taylors out there. You don't need to have a big rig. You do not need to have a big rig. In fact, if you've got a tractor or a pickup truck, talked to a fellow the other day on Trucking Tributes. He's hauling with his sturdy Dodge pickup truck and a trailer just like you have, a smaller trailer. And he is a former U.S. Marine, and his attitude is absolutely the same. He said, I will take these anywhere you need me to take them. I will make multiple trips. And Jason, for you to share that your brother is so proud of you too, participating this year, that he's willing to kick in to help you with the gas and all that. These are the contributions, folks. These are the stories that we couldn't possibly make up if we tried. This is the dedication to the Wreaths Across America mission to remember, honor, and teach. And when we put the all call out on Trucking Tributes, or the RadioNemo team puts the call out, or we're putting it out, and we say, look, folks, we need trucks. We're not fooling. We need trucks, and we can take trucks of all shapes and sizes. And it begins with connecting with Courtney in the transportation division. So, wreathsacrossamerica.org/trucking. It gets to them. Let 2025 be your first year. We still need you. It's, we're getting ramped up for the season, but we absolutely still need you, because our volunteers are still soliciting wreath sponsorships. Our volunteers are trying to make sure that no one in their participating cemetery or location is forgotten. We don't ever want to repeat the story that our chairman, Wayne Hansen, is often telling about, what about my son, if the wreath sponsorships actually stop before that person's headstone receives a veteran's wreath. We don't want to be in that position. We don't want our volunteers to be in that position. So now is the time to step forward, whether you're coming to us with a truck, an ability to take that truck to where it needs to go, or whether you just want to get online and sponsor a veteran's wreath. We need all of that, and now is the time. No more putting it off, right, Jason? You cannot procrastinate anymore.
That's right. We got to get them done, get them made so we can get them placed.
You've got it, man. You have got the attitude. I love it. Jason, anything we're not talking about you participating in 2025 for the first year as a member of the Wreaths Across America Honor Fleet that you want to share with our listeners?
I'm good for right now.
Awesome. Thank you for taking the time. I hope that the timing works out, so maybe you and I will actually connect in person at the driver's lounge when you're up to get your wreaths. And again, I'm just floored by your commitment to the mission and your willingness to step forward and saying, hey, I will do it, and I'll do whatever it takes. That's what Trucking Tributes is all about. Jason Taylor and Daughter Trucking out of Norridge Walk, Maine, coming up to participate as a member of the Honor Fleet for the first time this year with his 24-foot trailer. That's all, folks. We need help just like that. Jason, thank you so much today for joining Trucking Tributes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, MHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are in the gang because we are live from the House of Dega, also known as Fastport Studios, with your host, yet again, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning to you, Phone Master Dre. We're welcoming back a friend of ours, a longtime friend. We don't say old friends here because this guy is young at heart. And speaking about those who are in fact young today, Greg Hammer, MD, is a former professor at Stanford University School of Medicine, a physician, a best-selling author, and a mindfulness expert. And we've had him on the show before. We're glad to have him back. I want you guys to all to go to a mindful teen, amindfulteen.com. And if you do that, you will find out about this book we're going to be talking about. But it's a kind of a good guide, period, to kind of navigating the downtime of the year in regards to how weather has an effect on your sensibilities for so many people. A Mindful Teen, helping today's teenagers thrive through gratitude, acceptance, intention, and non-judgment, which might as well be the gospel according to Dr. Hammer. Good morning to you. Welcome back as always. Good to have you, my friend.
Great to be back with you.
Let's just kind of start off with the most obvious thing, because this applies to everybody, teens or not. What is it about the wintertime that makes us so kind of open to what brings us down?
That's a great question. I think there are several factors. One is, of course, light. People get less sunlight. Sunlight is activating, especially the short wavelength end of the spectrum, the blue light spectrum. People are aware of blue light potentially from their screens not being a good idea before they go to bed because it's activating. It may keep them up. So there's less light. And I think one of the main reasons is that people are outside less. There's less communing with nature. And for me, at least, that always brings me to the present moment. And it's just so important psychologically to enjoy the outdoors. And then I think around the holidays, a lot of times people are disappointed. Maybe they expect Thanksgiving and Christmas to be so wonderful, getting back together with loved ones, and they end up arguing over politics or money. Those are probably the two most common topics. So I think it's really multifactorial, but there are remedies.
Let me ask you something on the most basic, simple level, and we'll get to teens here in a minute, because unlike adults, a lot of adults actually have developed coping mechanisms or simply the intellectual understanding of what to do. Let's talk a little bit about how we can maximize strategies, cognitive strategies that allow us to say, like my producer does, I'm going to go outside and just take a really quick walk before we actually get to work here. What are things that people can do in the simplest foundational way to get themselves to maximize sunlight and oxygen?
Well, I think first of all, we need to always go back to basics. When we're a little bit off the rails, not quite ourselves, maybe a little bit down, we have to take care of our physical health first. So sleep hygiene, exercise, which includes getting outside and even just taking a brisk walk around the block, and nutrition, because what we eat is so important to our health. And then with regard to our mental health, again, in the winter, manage to get outside. If it's getting dark or gray outside, wear some reflective clothing and maybe a light that allows you to be seen, if not see. And mindfulness is really just the ability to focus on the present moment, and that really sort of is the cure for obsession over the past and the future, which can bring both depression and anxiety. I think we need to get back to the fundamentals whenever we're challenged mentally.
One of the things that people always stress out about the holidays is seeing other people, but in some ways, it's often important to kind of maybe have a strategy or a plan to figure out what people you actually do want to spend time with over the holidays and make active efforts to plan to do stuff with them, because it seems as social animals, one of the ways we can actually make ourselves feel better is being in the company of those that we not only genuinely love, but genuinely enjoy. It's not always the same thing, by the way.
You're absolutely correct. And I think, again, going back to our mental health, you mentioned gain as part of the title of my first book, Gain Without Pain, and also the gain elements being so central to the second book, A Mindful Teen. And the end in gain is non-judgment. And I think we are too quick to judge people and, excuse me, with our negativity bias, which we all have, it's the way we're hardwired, we tend to judge others, the world, and notably ourselves in a negative manner. And the good news, again, is there are remedies. With the mindfulness practice, for example, the gain practice, we actually learn how to drop unnecessary judgments. So some judgments are adaptive and most are maladaptive. And if we can just see the world exactly as it is without judging it, that goes perhaps especially for the way we judge other people during the holidays, because again, there's always Uncle Joe whose extreme political views alienates everyone at the table. And let's just drop the judgment and focus on the good things and be grateful that we have a family of loving family members to enjoy.
I, by the way, was watching Francis Coppola's amazing acceptance speech at the AFI, and he talked about going home to the old neighborhood and seeing the old friend who suddenly had somehow discovered the fountain of youth and looked as young as they ever did, only to realize that it was the grandson or the youngest child of a good friend of his. And one of the things that happens with a lot of parents is that they will often, in moments of grace, look over and see their best self in their children, and that's a wonderful thing. Every once in a while, though, you'll see a dark cloud descend upon a child, your child, a child you love, a child you would give the world to, and you recognize your own dark patterns. You recognize the seasonal disaffection that you go through, or the sadness that comes out of nowhere to often blindside you. What do we do when we have a teen to help make them mindful in the way to help draw a map to say, I've been here before because you are me and I want to show you the way out? How do we talk to teenagers in that moment?
That's a great question. I think the first thing is, of course, as you know, our teens and our even younger children are watching us. So we can't just verbally guide them. We need to embody the principles that we'd like to teach them. And that includes, being grateful and sharing gratitude at the dinner table on the occasion when we do actually sit down together. When you're driving your teen, you have some one-on-one time. Bring gratitude into the picture, because we all have so much to be grateful for, and teens as adults often forget that. And then acceptance. Let's teach them to discern between what they can change and what they can't. They may have issues with their skin during the teenage years, and they've gone through all the treatments, but their skin is still not great and they're very self-conscious. Let's just help them learn how to accept their physical shortcomings, just as we all have those shortcomings. And, again, the end in gain is non-judgment. So let's embody non-judgment. And so if there's negativity and gossipy conversation that comes up when we're together, let's, in fact, remind them that things don't have to be good and bad. They just are the way they are. And, with regard to what we impart to our kids, I think many of us as parents have seen that, as you mentioned, that sort of dark side that is imbued upon us seems to be hardwired into us. We see that in our teens. And, nobody needs to judge anybody, because we are the way we are in part because of our parents, and they are the way, or they were the way they are because of their parents. So let's drop the judgments, and we can embody that non-judgment and help teach our teens by example.
There's an art to parenting that some people just have somehow perfected, and I've come up with a phrase for it. I call it gentle pressure. the idea that you don't want to be too much of a disciplinarian to end up pushing them away from the message, but to be able to exert enough authority and pressure to still kind of set up guidelines and guardrails for them to kind of navigate safely. One of the things that you talk about a lot is to make sure that people's sleep hygiene is in order. It's a great health elixir, especially for teens who don't get enough of it. We now know that all of those parents who drag their kids out of bed on Saturday morning or Sunday morning were actually doing them a disservice. At the same time, we've got to be able to get our kids to understand it's time to go to bed, even as teens. How do we set up an environment and a space for them so that they understand that I'm not just telling you to go to bed because I need 5 minutes of peace and quiet in the house. I need you to go to bed because I want you to be the best person you can be, and sleep is going to kind of show the way.
Such a difficult challenge. I have an 18-year-old. She's in her first year at college, but she was a captain of the cheer team at the local high school in Palo Alto, California. And, she had cheer practice for 3 hours after school. She'd get home at 8 o'clock or so and get her fed, and then she would be doing her homework. And it was very difficult for her to get her homework done and go to sleep before midnight. And teens need more sleep than adults in general. And this is a huge problem with teens. And I think all we can do is try to embody and teach them good sleep habits and imbue upon them, convince them of the importance of sleep, because sleep is so central to our physical health and therefore our mental health, and we all know that. But I think sometimes we just adopt this attitude that we'll sleep when we're dead, and it's kind of a macho thing. But sleep is something that is not a passive process; it's an active process. During REM sleep, we're consolidating memories, of course, so important for teens who are in school and learning. They need to solidify what they're learning during the day. And deep sleep, really a time when our brain is sort of cleaning itself out of these junk proteins, the so-called beta amyloid and tau proteins. So we really need to impress upon our kids how important sleep is. And as far as the weekends, part of sleep hygiene is really going to bed at the same time and getting up at the same time. But I think I would bend that rule, as you suggested, on the weekend and let teens sleep in, because they do have a sleep deficit in general, and it may not cure everything to have them get extra sleep on the weekend, but I think it may help them. So it's a very, very difficult challenge getting teens to get enough sleep.
The other thing is too, and I figure you kind of dig this stuff, given where your specialty and your area of expertise and your energies of focus are, is the fact that so many people. There's people who make the breakthrough of understanding that sleep is why they're able to be in the shape they're in. Sleep is why they're so productive at work. But there's a whole other aspect to sleep too that fills me with wonder. Is that a lot of people don't realize that if they have the proper sleep hygiene, they have a whole other life. That there's a whole other life that you actually walk into when you cross that boundary into sleep, a land of dreams, a land of imagination, a land of moving out things that are just simply empty, meaningless, at the same time destructive thoughts. And I just wonder if there's a way to kind of talk to teens about this actively. I don't know if there is, to be honest with you, but to say that's a wonderful thing that, you're not sleeping your life away. It's just another part of your life, right?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think we can teach them how important sleep is, and we can show them that we embody sleep hygiene. We don't eat dinner right before bed. We don't drink alcohol proximate to the time of bed. We keep our room sort of dark and cool if possible, and we follow the other elements of sleep hygiene. And we can teach our teens by example, and also, tell them how important sleep is. Talk to them a little bit about the simple elements of sleep physiology. As I mentioned, the importance of REM sleep with regard to learning, and the importance of deep sleep with regard to brain health. And, let's encourage them to really focus on their sleep. It's interesting. You can die from lack of sleep if you're sufficiently sleep deprived more readily than you can lack of water or food. So sleep is just such an essential part of our health, both physical and mental.
I love the idea, too, of parents becoming a bulwark against you said, I'll sleep when I'm dead. And there's so many people, including in the profession that we're talking to at this very moment, so many truckers where it's like, the heck with that, get her done, push her on, I'll sleep when I'm dead. But almost sometimes the way to kind of get through to a teenager's heart is to be a contrarian yourself. And if in fact you're up there on the battlement saying, "Nope, these are the defense walls of sleep, and sleep we will get around here," we're not listening to that. I'm always kind of curious for people who have managed teenagers how one goes about doing it, because people who try to be cool, that's a disaster. But people who also try to be martinets, that's a cruelty that often finds its way into knockdown, drag-out arguments over Thanksgiving when the child is 41 and the parent is 65. So you want to kind of strike that balance, don't you?
Yes, you're absolutely right. There's a sweet spot, excuse me, from being overly intrusive, being a so-called helicopter parent, and being too hands-off, or as you suggested, just trying to be buddy-buddy with your kids. They do need to learn discipline. They do need boundaries. And, I forgive the analogy, but I think it's a lot like training a pet, right? Dogs, for example, they need boundaries. They're not happy if they don't have some discipline from their owners. And, we're all that way. We need discipline, and we need our parents to teach us a certain amount of discipline by both embodying it themselves and also, verbally going over such important issues that involve discipline in their lives. There is a sort of happy medium there.
One of the things about your GAIN method, and which I am just absolutely enamored with, which is gratitude, acceptance, intention, and non-judgment. And this is a legitimate question from me. Explaining acceptance, intention, and non-judgment to a teenager, everything is a heavy lift speaking to a teenager, but explaining those concepts seems a lot more grounded to me. Gratitude, because like joy, gratitude is something that is, you know it when you feel it. How do we go about teaching teens gratitude, especially in the dark days of winter, especially when for the first time their chemicals are telling them that if they've been healthily raised, that emotions can often be dark things leading to depression? How do we teach them both technically what gratitude is and then what it feels like chemically and what it feels like intellectually?
That's a great question. Gratitude is so essential to happiness. We may know somebody who's poor and happy, or somebody who's physically challenged and happy, but we can't even imagine somebody who's ungrateful and happy. So gratitude is really essential to our well-being. And, we have so many things for which to be grateful, and there's so many contrasts going on around the world. I mean, imagine being in Gaza or the West Bank or in Darfur or many other places. So we can kind of discuss these human tragedies with our kids in the context of reminding them how important it is to be grateful for everything we have in our lives: a roof over our heads, food on the table, just the simplest things we can be grateful for. And, again, we teach our kids by embodying that. Our kids are watching us, so we have a conversation with our spouse at dinner or just any time the family's sort of in the same room, and let's talk about how grateful we are for all the good things we have in our lives, including our family, our friends, and our physical and other circumstances. And teens will pick up on that.
I was thinking about, and I go, like I said, gratitude is something that took me a long time to actually, even though I had remembered feeling it, to really kind of grasp. And I just began to say to myself, aren't you glad that, and then would begin to kind of list things that I was glad for. We use that word, that short, simple word, glad. Aren't you glad? And that's almost the way to kind of get there, is to kind of make a list of all the things that you were grateful for, to be like, I am grateful that this happened today. And that it's almost like the yes game. I don't mean saying yes to everything that comes along, because that can lead to stress unto itself, but the idea of being open to the possibility of yes. Is gratitude for you the idea of being open to the possibilities that there are rewards that we didn't even earn that are coming our way?
Yes, I suppose that gratitude does pave the way for that, but I also believe in just being grateful for what we have in this moment. Excuse me. And then, I think if we are someone who's grateful, rather than somebody who complains about our circumstances, we will attract good people and good things in our lives. So I do think that being a grateful person, and again, we all have much for which to be grateful, I think does endear us to our friends and others in our lives, and does pave the way for good things happening. If we got our head down and we're rather negative and we're focused on that little pain in our knee instead of all the miraculous things that are going well in our body, or focusing on our finances when they certainly could be worse, if we're focused on all these negative things and being rather ungrateful in general, we're only going to beget more sadness and unhappiness in our lives. And so I agree with you. I think gratitude is so central, so important to well-being, and something that we need to demonstrate and discuss with our children.
By the way, you've just opened the door for something that I am in awe of, parents who can somehow navigate this without stunting their child's natural inclinations towards growth and the kind of relationships they want to have. So much of, we tell our kids, about the idea of don't get around with the wrong crowd. Don't be around the wrong crowd. The holidays, for all of the stress they include, often are the first times teens get independence, because it's like, well, it's the holiday season. We have a number of holidays. People have extended periods off, which means they will go to the mall to do shopping for the first time with their friends, the food courts, going to the movies, a whole lot of events and dances are coming up and all that kind of stuff. So how do we encourage gratitude as also a way to attract like-minded people to you? Because so many people are concerned that kids who go to a dark place, get into a depressive state, find themselves in a bad mood, will often then pick friends who accentuate that as opposed to the positive.
Well, that's absolutely right. I think that kids, like we adults, want to belong. We want to be accepted. It's very important. It's especially important to teenagers who tend to have low self-esteem because of issues related to social media, the bullying, the shaming, the constant exposure to these people that look perfect. Their bodies look perfect. They're probably, photoshopped in half the cases. But, there's so much stress that teens endure, and they do tend to have, sadness and downtimes and low self-esteem. And therefore, they may gravitate to people who are like-minded or in similar situations. And I don't know how to advise parents on that one. I think it's just, again, embodying the gain elements and verbalizing these things, how important gratitude is and acceptance, how we need a plan or intention, and maybe to let the negative judgments that we constantly apply to others, the world, and ourselves, maybe learn to let go of those. And there's sort of ways to do that we may not have time to go into, but it starts with the mindfulness practice, like the gain practice, and I think that's the best way to live our own lives and also to influence our kids.
By the way, guys, if you're interested in A Mindful Teen by Dr. Greg Hammer, I want to remind you that it's available not only to parents as an accessible tool, it is effective for other first responders in the area of helping teens through these formative years, teachers, coaches, counselors, relatives, anybody you know who actually acts in a mentorship role for teenagers. This book is well worth diving into. And I wanted to talk about intention as well, too, because while I understand that term, absolutely, how do we form young people who understand that after being grateful and after accepting the things that they can't change, as people often don't understand they can do so that they can enjoy the things that they actually have in this world, how do we get them to act then with purpose and intention? Because so much of being a teenager literally is an endless loop and Hamlet's soliloquy of to be or not to be.
Yes, another good question. Well, the fact is that for all of us, our brains are wired to have this negativity bias. We tend to remember the negative and forget the positive. And this makes it difficult to have a positive outlook on life at times. And the other property our brains have that are really hardwired, we have a difficult time being present. Our brains, if you just sort of close your eyes and try to focus on your current sensations, your mind will rapidly go to the future or the past. And when you combine that with our negativity bias, we overthink the past, we feel shame and regret. We overthink the future, we generate fear and anxiety. And so we have to have a plan, just like getting our bodies in shape. We need a plan to be physically fit, going to the gym, going for brisk walks, whatever it is, playing pickleball. We need a plan and we need to stick to it. And the same applies to our mental health. And because of our negativity bias and difficulty being present, so there are tools to deal with that, and that really is what mindfulness practice is. It's the intention fully enjoying the present moment on purpose, because if we don't have purpose and intention, we default back to our negativity bias and distraction with the past and future without judgment. And that's the definition of mindfulness.
As a man who practices what he preaches in so many fields, I wanted to just kind of take a moment here before we wrap this up to kind of ask you if you guys have any holiday gratitudes, holiday practices, holiday intentions that you look forward to this time of year.
Of course. And, we just, we're experiencing Veterans Day. And I think the first thing we can do is be grateful to all those who have served in the military and possibly laid down their lives or put their lives in extreme risk for our freedom. So that's a source of gratitude this month in November. And then, of course, Thanksgiving is all about gratitude. It really is a perfect time for us to sit together and really spend some time focusing on the things for which we're grateful, the bounty of food that we may experience, et cetera. And then I think, I'm not particularly attracted to all the commercialism around Christmas, but I think it's also a time to celebrate each other and be reminded of how rich our lives are and be grateful for everything we have in the way of bounty in our lives. So I think November, December are gratitude months, if you will.
I really dig that, by the way, and it's a great reminder that whether it's Arbor Day or Halloween or Thanksgiving or Veterans Day or Christmas, that we can turn those holidays rather into stress-inducing moments into these kind of gratitude destinations, that you're going to create space in each one of them to make sure it's kind of like the people that start their every day with an exercise, as you talked about, to specially use those particular holidays of saying, what on this particular day do I have to be grateful for, and have that kind of infuse you to kind of set the intention for the rest of the day and how you kind of go about celebrating it. I want to make sure everybody has all the socials that are necessary to enjoy Dr. Hammer's work. Guys, please go to amindfulteen.com. It is well worth checking out. And don't forget Dr. Hammer's first book, which really turned us on to Dr. Hammer, Gain Without Pain, is available everywhere that books are sold as well. We're thrilled to have you, by the way. Do you have any kind of final words for our friends out there who maybe are going to go back and face their teen with a little bit more resolve, but at the same time gratitude as such a wonderful child in their life?
I would say for our teens and ourselves, let's remember that our brains are all hardwired the same way through, hundreds of thousands of years of evolution. We're hardwired to be rather negative and wary and think about the worst thing that might happen. That may have served us well 200,000 years ago when there may have been a saber-toothed tiger lurking outside the mouth of our cave. But it's mostly maladaptive now. And so if you're having these feelings of sadness during wintertime in particular, just remember that we're all in this together. We're all much more alike than we are different. This is not your dirty little secret. Let's reach out to a friend and connect, and I think that's a source of great joy. And that's what I would like people to remember. Don't think that this is just your way of thinking. This is the way we all think.
Dr. Hammer, I can't tell you how thrilled I am in your very busy schedule and all the time you spend helping people, that you made some time to help a lot of our friends out there figure out ways that they can navigate the people who are actually navigating one of the most difficult and formative points of their life. My friend, happiest of holidays to you. You're welcome back as always, anytime. Thank you, sir.
Likewise to you and your listeners.
Road Gang Radio continues after this break. Just hold on tight, don't get thrown to the wolves, and we'll get you to the other side. Thank you, Phone Master Dre. You're the best. I'm grateful for you.
You're welcome, Jimmy!
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering. Remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Well, good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Tuesday.
So good. Happy Tuesday. Nothing makes me happier than hearing him and therefore us do that. And also, it's good to be reminded what day it is because I don't always know. Hello, boys and girls, but in particular boys, Phone Master Dre and Jimmy Mack. Good morning to you both.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, with the holidays approaching, and I've been doing a lot more, both personally and professionally, doing more. I had a time of rest, but it was not chosen rest. It was like, oh, we moved to the woods. I've adopted a child. We're going through a lot of kind of hard, heavy stuff. So like the rest came by force, if you know what I mean. But that's we're out. We're climbing out of that. And now I've just noticed myself sort of organically start to go out and be a lot of more things. It's making my brain work more, so it's making me network more, which leads to more work. So it's all a good thing. That being said, I would love for our audience to get involved in this conversation as it pertains to rest, because the truck driving community, they actually get their rest sort of planned because they know their time they have to take off. Now, whether they actually rest is another story. But Jim, what I want to talk to you about is because I noticed that I treat rest like a reward, like I have to be exhausted or overextended before I give myself permission to stop, kind of thing. And I'm wondering why I act like, rest is something that I have to earn through suffering. And that's when anyone's like, I think our drivers too, and they call and they're like, my 34 is coming up. What are you going to do? Well, I wouldn't be able to enjoy myself. I have to go do this and that, whatever. And yes, it is a balance of saying, okay, I need to use some of that off time to go do some honeydews, some chores, some personal catching up, whatever. But like the permission to rest. And I think rest is different than checking out. I don't think rest is watching Netflix and zoning out. I think rest is real, quiet, contemplative, go on a walk, do something for yourself. But also, it doesn't have to be earned from suffering. I think we need to flip the script, and there's no better time, I think, than around the holidays and the end of the year and the reset to be like, why don't I make the rest side, the me side, come first? At least as I'm trying to balance it all out. And the hard-earned work and suffering, I don't know. It's secondary. Now, listen, I also understand what I'm saying is difficult when we have to do a job, we have to do a chore. I understand all that. Yes, don't come at me with that. But do you want to be happy or not is the real question here. Do you want to enjoy this one life you've been given or not?
A couple of things, actually, that actually talk about this entire show today are inside of that. And I'm writing down the note right now as you speak that says trick ourselves, fool ourselves, deceive ourselves, because you talk about the idea of sleep as a reward. Drew Brees and Tom Brady were able to extend their careers, and Aaron Rodgers has followed the same pattern of working with a sleep coach, really working with somebody who actually teaches them to rest and let go. And they did, by the way. All three men made it as functioning star quarterbacks into their 40s. So there is something up to what they were kind of doing there, too. There's a word that came up during Dr. Hammer's conversation that I just had with him, which will be available, by the way, on Every Highway to Health in about a day or so. There was something that our good friend 3.5 talked about this morning, Lindsay, when he spoke of his doctors telling him to actually get plenty of rest, walk, and drink a lot of water.
Yep. That's something that's actually part of what led me to launch into this, because in addition to what I was already going to say, but 3.5's comment, because it was like the simple, we get that from our doctor, and sorry to cut you off, but we get that from the simplest things like rest, take a walk, take care of yourself. And it's like, well, yeah, no crap, but then we don't do it. And it's super basic. So anyway, carry on.
No, and it's exactly it. Trick ourselves. And when I wrote that note down about trick ourselves in the sense that, well, my doctor told me, so I have to. It's a way of getting people to back off and leave us alone and allow us to do the thing we need to do. Oh, no, you don't understand, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady. You see, because we're getting more sleep, we're actually able to play football better. That our good friend Dean Croak, who, by the way, is the crown prince of the kingdom of sleep, like I said, one of the things that I read recently about sleep, genuine rest, Lindsay, was not just looking at it as a reward for a job well done in this life. I just was intoxicated, is the best word to describe how I kind of reacted to it when one thinker who actually spends a lot of time writing about sleeping talked about the idea that we need to stop looking at it as a way to make our lives in this place more productive and to look forward. You know, you're sleeping your life away. That's not true. You have an entire other life that, when properly curated, exists inside of the time that you are sleeping. A wonderful, vibrant, imaginative, restorative, investigative, powerful life that exists inside of your sleeping. And that we exist in two realms. We exist in the waking realm and in the sleeping realm. And too much of this culture, and I don't mean the American culture, I mean world culture, has become so deeply obsessed with that ridiculous axiom of I'll sleep when I'm dead, is the fact that you won't sleep when you're dead. That's not, I mean, we know that's not what happens, because that means all your life functions are still functioning. You're just in a different state of being. And the term that the doctor used, and the term that will come up later with one of our later guests today, is maladaptive. And anyone who doesn't know what, that's a very carefully chosen word too, because maladaptive does not mean you haven't adapted. What it means is you are not providing adequate or appropriate adjustment to your environment or your situation. It's basically, it's a coping strategy. What is it? It's right diagnosis, wrong prescription. Make sense? The idea that I'm saying, I need to drink more because it's the only way I can wind down after a long day. That's maladaptive. That human beings, as they evolved, needed hostility, combat, and upheaval to survive a very hostile external environment. That environment only exists now because of other human beings who have been maladaptive, meaning that if we all decided one day to leave everybody else alone and to kind of live in peace, There would still be a lot of struggle. There would be personal conflict and all that kind of stuff, but we wouldn't have half the problems we have. We wouldn't be so kind of at each other's throats. But it's not us being at each other's throats because we're fools. It's because we had to do that to survive for the better part of our existence.
And I like that you use the word survive because it is that old survival programming that actually Cynthia Rivard, our guest coming up here at 10 o'clock, is going to talk about. The old survival programming of the grind, the self-sacrifice, the martyr complex. And I remember used to thinking it was a badge of honor. One of my buddies was always like, "Oh, there she is, the honky-tonk queen, the hardest working woman in Nashville." He used to say that to me. And I'd be like, "Yeah." And then I one day said to him, "Stop saying that to me because it makes me feel like I have to keep working harder to be seen and loved." And I broke down on him. He was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I thought I was complimenting you." But I was like, no, it's that thing where we're facilitating. It's like, oh, she's super mom, or he's He-Man for his family. He does it all. What can he do? Stop making people think that is great because you can do everything. It's terrible. And it makes us hit a wall. And so with that, I would love for anybody to call in or comment over in the chat because, Jim, the question is, what is something, if you think about it, it's like, what is something that you only let yourself do when you've hit a wall? Like Seamus knows when it looks like I'm spiraling out, he's like, okay, there's a couple things that he knows will maybe make me happy and calm the beast. But why do I have to wait? Why can't I treat the beauty and not the beast? And so what are those things that you only let yourself do when you've hit the wall? And that is what you need to take time to do for yourself more often.
I was talking about this last night with a friend, two friends actually. It came up in very different conversations.
You have two friends?
I have a lot more than that. You've met them.
Wow.
Although I do consider you and Dre that if you've got anything to tell me, it's better to do it since we're all just here, just the three of us and nobody else.
Very deep to tell you in a minute.
615-292-6366, by the way.
615-292-NEMO.
What we were talking about yesterday that is really kind of, I guess, the overarching theme of today. Somehow we got there. And by the way, it is National Occult Day. We did talk on Maintenance Matters about being able to kind of read the signs. About, so much of that conversation, too, was about, I can push it a little farther. Do you have to? That's what Kevin and Eric and Byron kept saying. Yeah, you can push it a little further. Castor oil is a terrific product. You don't have to, guys. You don't have to push it a little bit further. You can stop and do some maintenance to take care of yourself. But I think it's beyond that, Lindsay, as I kind of alluded to earlier. I think it's not just a matter of don't trick yourself into doing what's good for you. Don't wait until you get cancer and then begin your recovery to justify what you should have been doing in the first place. By the way, 3.5 is not guilty of this. He's a guy that is on the move, but he does like going. I loved his recovery plan of just walking through museums, Lindsay, and drinking some water. I loved his recovery plan of being in the kitchen and cutting up vegetables to make soup and just being mindfully present while that goes on.
Make soup. Oh, talk about healing.
Talk about healing. Absolutely. But I'm just kind of constantly obsessed with literally people who compare their existence to other people and make themselves a failure because of it. And I literally had a tale of two people who both articulated in complete opposite ways. One of them has an autoimmune deficiency that he was born with, and he functions fine, but when he gets sick, he gets sick. He literally, every once in a while, he'll sit down and make a list of movies he wants to watch or video games he wants to play or soup he wants to have when he gets sick. And he gets sick a lot, but he doesn't get sick a lot in that sort of, performative way. He gets sick a lot. He's got a condition. And he recovers from that condition faster because what he does is he transforms his bedroom into a sleep hygiene room. He rests and stays in bed until he feels better. He then gets up and takes the time to catch up on the movies he hasn't watched while he recovers. And then he goes back out into the world and he's a highly functioning human being. The other one, another person I adore, literally can only talk about the things in their life that go so sideways and how they are letting everybody, all of us, down, despite immensely impressive work, despite giving their heart and soul to something. They are utterly convinced that they're not living up to anything, and it's making their health and their condition worse, and they feel like when they sleep, and they need more sleep than other people, and yet all they can do is beat themselves up over needing more sleep and force themselves to wake up and force themselves to grind through it because they are pitting themselves against other people. And this is, once again, another highly productive, highly functioning human being. And a part of me wants to hug them and say, that's enough. And Dre and I were talking about this morning, Lindsay, that thing I said that sometimes life has to go out of balance. I'm a big believer in that. You know I am. The idea that sometimes it's pedal to the metal and you got to get it done and things have to happen and you want your dreams to come true. But you cannot live a life out of balance at any high level if you don't accept that sometimes it's okay to rest because you want to rest. Do you follow me? That if you go out of balance, if you put yourself way
Yes, I
out
follow
there,
you. That's why I brought it up.
yeah. If you put yourself out there, if you really put yourself out there to get the new business started, to create that great work of art, to fuel yourself through the new album, to plan out all the things you have to plan out to make a better life for your family, you must accept the fact that at the end of that, you will not sleep when you're dead. You will sleep when you have brought joy and life to everybody else. And once that discernible moment is reached, you have to give yourself the space to begin that process of joyful recovery by rejoining the kingdom of sleep, by rejoining the kingdom of connection and human love and all of that stuff. You cannot live a productive life with moments out of balance if you don't then strive to reestablish that balance.
Okay, speaking of moments out of balance, did you hear about Scott Kelly?
No, go on.
So Scott, this story is so stupid but so great. This girl's, she's at a Jonas Brothers concert in Buffalo, New York last week, and loving Jonas, screaming, watching it, and she looks down in front of it, and there's a guy, speaking of not being, he's at the Jonas Brothers concert, but he's on his phone reviewing somebody's resume. And so she takes a video of this guy reviewing a resume, and she zooms in on her phone, and she says, the guy's name is Scott Kelly on the resume. So she posts the video on TikTok, and it says, Scott Kelly, yo, bro, your resume is being reviewed at a Jonas Brothers concert tonight. Good luck. Hope you get the job. And you scroll in the video, you see it's literally a guy in the middle of a loud Jonas Brothers song, like going through this dude's resume. The dude is Scott Kelly. She zooms in on the name and everything. She posted to TikTok. I found out about this watching Jimmy Fallon the other night. So Jimmy Fallon, the Jonas Brothers were the guest on Jimmy Fallon, and they come out and they're chatting, and then finally he goes, dude, we saw that Scott Kelly, it went viral. So even the Jonas Brothers know that Scott Kelly's resume is being reviewed at their concert. And they're like, oh my God, I know, we thought it's the funniest thing. And Jimmy Fallon goes, well, I found Scott Kelly. And they're like, no way. So they bring Scott Kelly out. This random dude comes out, and turns out he's not so random, by the way. And basically, so Scott says, it's been a very interesting week. He said, so basically Monday, he goes, I'm sitting in my MBA program class, and all of a sudden my buddy hits me up and says, dude, you're famous on TikTok. And he said, I don't even have TikTok. And he says, is this your resume? He goes, no, that's not me. He downloads TikTok. He realizes, oh, that actually is me. Yes, that's my resume. Now he's being bombarded by everybody. But turns out this guy, he's actually, he's a veteran. He's got a great job. He has a podcast. I'm reaching out to try to get him on our show because the story is hysterical. And he sits down next to the Jonas Brothers and he says to them, I'm sorry, guys, I don't even know who y'all are. And that was kind of the best part of it all. The story is so great and so random. And here's why I love it. Outside of, first of all, made me think of it because balance. You can't even enjoy the concert because you're reviewing somebody's resume. But B, because the littlest things, it has changed this guy's entire life. I don't know what or how or wow, but like what will come of it. People know of him now. He'll probably, I'm sure his podcast numbers now just soared, like just stupid stuff. Just for existing, all of a sudden his world changed because he wasn't trying to force anything. Even when it happened, he was like, well, this is random. This is cool. Let's see what comes of it. And I just think it's such a random yet great reminder to be like, who knows what's in store for you when you're just minding your own business or not, what could happen overnight. But I do want to have this guy on actually, because
I hope you get him. I
right?
hope we get him. I hope we get him.
He says that he said it was surprising to get this random message from a guy that he didn't recognize. He said, because it turns out they were in the same infantry battalion in the U.S. Army back in 2004 up at Fort Drum. So now he's reconnected with that guy. he went on to work with the 75th Ranger Regiment. He joined the Special Forces. And so he's reconnected with this guy, this other Army brother of his, through his video going viral on TikTok that he had absolutely nothing to do with. Nor, by the way, did he even submit his resume. He wasn't looking for a job. He's like, I wasn't even looking for a job. My resume was up on LinkedIn or something, and some other guy found it. So the whole thing is so random and bizarre, and I actually love it.
If it's random and bizarre, I love it. However, let me paint a different scenario. Somebody actually hears this podcast. Somebody reaches out to another friend of his and said, hey, I know you guys are looking for somebody to do blankety blank for you. I got this guy's resume off of LinkedIn after listening to his podcast. I thought you might want to give it a look. If, in fact, that's set into motion, that's not just the randomness of the universe. That's putting yourself out there in a way that allows for maximum exposure and then get you a result that you didn't see coming, which would be really awesome too. The random kind of appeals to me a little bit more. And I'll tell you why.
They're both appealing.
And I'll tell you why. I want to make sure I take care of this because I haven't mentioned our friends yet. This awareness celebration of National Days is brought to you by Truckdown because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. They serve 50 states, 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com and then turn your attention to, as I said during Maintenance Matters, it is International Occult Day. Revel in the unknown, Lindsay. Delve into the
do some
depths
weird stuff under the moon tonight, man.
of the mysteries that surround us. Look into the shadows and at the stars to the unknown mystic world. Latin in origin, occult means hidden knowledge or the knowledge of the unknown. The term occult now refers to practices related to mysticism, spirituality, esoteric arts like alchemy, future sight, healing, supernatural gifts. Who knows? Maybe horoscope. Maybe we'll have a segment. Who knows? Interesting ideas afoot there. Many religions and cultures have occultic elements. We are dedicating a cult day over here to better understanding of such concepts. And in the literal definition of the word occult, what happened to Scott Kelly is occult because it really is simply about radiuses. It's about points of gravity, and that you have symmetrical radiuses, radial radiuses, and occult radiuses. And occult radiuses means you have to look closely to find out what the pattern is in there. And some pattern was playing on behalf of Scott Kelly through the Jonas Brothers concert just the other night.
Well, speaking of patterns, and listen, it's an occult, and leaning into the woo. Tomorrow, Jimmy Mack and Dre. And listen, even if you guys aren't into this kind of stuff, and I think you should be, but listen, I'll take my party of one and be fine with it. You can find ways for it to apply to you because tomorrow is the new moon in Scorpio, guys, and it's going to be a wild ride. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I said so. That's why. But also, so it occurs tomorrow, which is November 19th. It's going to bring up a lot of emotions, raw emotions and intensity. So if you find yourself a little prickly and really diving into things that you're like, why am I so mad? Why am I so sad tomorrow? This is why. You may think it's nothing, but it is. Hate to break it to you guys. The new moon in Scorpio is not going to be a walk in the park, Jim. Spoiler alert.
The reason you feel a little prickly is because when a scorpion walks across your arm, you can't help but feel that way. We want to give a shout out, Lindsay. We have to. Anybody who is married to a Scorpio, today,
God bless you.
Today is your day. Today is Married to a Scorpio Support Day.
Is it really?
It really is. This day.
Dude, my daughter's a Scorpio, and she's going to be a nightmare for whoever she marries. So good luck with that.
And you are actually fulfilling in many ways, even though you're not married to a Scorpio, you are a mother to a Scorpio, you are taking an opportunity to share stories, guidance, and support for those with Scorpio spouses and siblings. Scorpio is the zodiac sign for people born between October 23rd and November 22nd. Which means Lindsay and I escaped that particular fate just by a few inches. Every zodiac sign, of course, has a specific list of characteristics that manifest people's personalities. In other words, you are so a Scorpio. Being married to a Scorpio, while amazing, well done, is not an easy feat. From what I understand, Lindsay, your daughter is going to be a very loyal woman.
Yes.
but is going to have some really intense traits.
Intense and stubborn and wild and weird and all the good stuff. But as far as the moon tomorrow, if you just want to be like, okay, I don't believe in that stuff, but maybe I can use it as a day to rest and take care of myself, Jim. So it could also be that. It's just this time, so if you want to lean in or not, it's a sensitive time. It just is asking us to like mend our spirit through acts of self-acceptance. That's what this new moon is about. So even if you don't believe what's happening in the moon, we could all get on board of just celebrating tomorrow some self-acceptance. Lean in, right?
Right. New mood on Wednesday. I'm sorry, a little Duran Duran.
And we're in the middle of a Mercury in retrograde. Guys, what a time to be alive. Good morning, it's Road Gang Radio. Hey, by the way, Trucker Bosun said men who stare at goats comes to mind. That's true. But also, he put this longer, but it really boils down to, he said, no matter how much you strive to please everyone, if you don't make time to please yourself, you'll please no one. AKA, if mama ain't happy or daddy ain't happy, nobody's happy. Cliches are cliches for a reason. If you're not in a good place, nobody around you can be in a good place because you can't see it. It doesn't mean that they're not doing well. It means if you're in a funk, you just think the whole world is a funk. So treat yourself.
Treat yourself.
Get
By
an
the
ice
way,
cream.
Speaking of good things about Wednesday, I want to let people know who are excited about the Scorsese book. Ian Nathan, author and acclaimed film writer, is going to be joining us tomorrow to get a chance to return to the scene of the crime and get a chance to talk about this Scorsese book he never got a chance to talk about before. We worked it out. We like people. His publicist, by the way, class act, made sure all of us got together and got a chance to get him back in the game. But we have two terrific guests today, Lindsay. Excited about this.
Correct information.
Really kind of stoked about the next hour and a half of Road Gang Radio, which will then be followed by another edition of Trucking with Oida, as our friend Scott and Ashley will be joining us. But let me kind of talk about Steve Kavanaugh just for a second here. He'll be up with us in just a minute. The Cross is an audio thriller. It is, well, if you're a thriller fan and you're looking for your next one-sitting listen, this is really awesome. Steve Kavanaugh returns to the internationally best-selling world of the Eddie Flynn series with The Cross, and it is only a 4.5-hour audiobook. And you say, that's long. If you know audiobook world, that's nothing. That is nothing. For those of you who don't know Eddie Flynn, he's a great character. He's a former con artist turned defense attorney. I know what you're saying. What's the difference there? And believe me, that conversation comes up plenty in this book. He's got an impossible choice to make, and that cross that he has to bear is the subject of a very tense, very short, but really, really propulsively driven book that we'll be talking about over the next half hour or so. And then you made allusion to Cynthia Rivard. This is a really great conversation that fits in beautifully with Dr. Hammer, fits in beautifully with the 2 phone calls we got from Packrat and 3.5 today about moving past our urge to fight or flight, which I know is like right up your alley. Right
up my alley. Her new book is called A New Breed of Leader, A Guide for Healing Humanity and Peaceful Revolution. She's a spiritual teacher. She's a business strategist. And I like that balance, Jim. That is a cool spiritual teacher meets business strategist and, by the way, an environmental advocate. But I feel like if you're going to, it kind of meets both of our needs. If you're going to talk woo or even philosophical, have it based in some, I need to see how it works in the real world. You can have 1 foot out the door as long as you have 2 feet in the store. Yes, you have to be a 3-legged animal to make it work. But it's really important, especially if you want to be relatable or for anybody to listen to your advice, anybody outside of just the people who live in their own bubble. That's what Cynthia does really well. I feel like probably goes deep, learns from within, and then finds practical ways through her worldly experience to ground it and make it relatable to people in the business world, in the trucking world, functioning in the world, period.
What's really cool, too, it goes back to our friend Vincent Jenna as well. Vincent Jenna only is able to talk about the things that he talks about, Lindsay, because Vincent Jenna actually helps people. There are people who have been counseled on the most practical of matters, who have been able to kind of adjust their lives and correct the course that they were on. They have discovered the secret that's holding them back, and they're able to move forward. In the same way, Cynthia's able to put her money where her mouth is. It's like, look, it's not just about what I believe, it's about the results I produce. And we'll be talking about how you actually produce results using this. And by the way, I know we got country and western music news coming up at the end of the show. A lot of great stuff to kind of talk about, a lot of great stuff to dig in. There was a big announcement, by the way, in regards to Marshall Platter is going to be excited to see who's actually acquiring the Tennessean. That's big news, too. I don't know if you saw that. It just
I don't
actually
have it in
broke.
country news. I should have put it in there, actually.
It's so late in the break, though. Come on, man. It's Dolly's World. We just live in it. That's a groovy thing. We can talk about that tomorrow. But I also, come on, man. Boomer Sooner. Boomer Sooner.
I will sneak that in country and western music
I
news
was
because
hoping
of
you
Toby
would.
Keith.
Yeah, I noticed
found a way,
that,
don't worry.
Yeah, I noticed that it wasn't like on the notes. I said, she's going to get this over the fence. That's just the reality of what's happening here. The reality of what's happening here is Road Gang Radio. It means Phone Master Dre. It means Lindsay Lawler. It means Jimmy Mack. It means you, though. None of this happens without you. So keep on commenting. No, you. No, you. By the way, if you say you enough in a song, it's a guarantee the song will be a hit. I don't know if you know that. They've actually done studies on this. You.
Me?
No. You.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Well, good morning to everybody out there in Radio Nemo land, in Road Gang Radio land, and We Should Write Country, and of course all members of Nemo Nation across the board. Maybe you'll get your beat on tonight with Night Beats.
Get your beat on. I like that.
Really, really exciting show coming up. It is essentially a cover show, but it's songs that were famous and then got more famous because of somebody doing a different version of them, by the way. And he's going to probably return to the scene of that crime, Lindsay. I was talking to him about it because Cheryl and I bombarded him with, from the Isley Brothers to Randy Newman's I Think It's Gonna Rain Today. There's a whole bunch of stuff that didn't get there. That's okay. There's there is a grand tradition of songs that were covered by somebody else. Somebody pointed out, of course, that Johnny Cash's version of 9 Inch Nails is Hurt. Trent Reznor looked at him and he said, "It's yours. You own it. It's better than any version of it I could have possibly have done." The video for that, too, by the way, is staggeringly good, especially since both of them would be dead in less than 6 months. It is really deeply moving because the shot of June, you've seen that video a million times, right?
Of course.
I will tell you right now. Oh, and by the way, yes, guys, there is a Cloudflare outage. A Cloudflare outage wreaking havoc across the digital space from Spotify and X to MTA and NG Transit. And if you're wondering why, we have not had any stories this morning from our friends at CDL Life. They are not to blame. That's a Cloudflare problem, not a problem with RadioNemo.
So what, are X and Spotify down?
Yeah, at this time.
Do you remember?
That time in December? Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Yes. I think it was 2 years ago when social media went down for the day.
Uh-huh.
It was so great. I don't know. I struggle. I think about, is our guest on the phone or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. I struggle is the wrong word. I go back and forth. There are times where I fantasize. I'm like, how amazing would that be if it went down? It forced presence back. But then I also think, how would we make that pivot, Jim, when we now rely on communication is social media or anyone to know about my project or what you're working on or what you're up to. I don't care about personally, but like professionally, we rely on it now to get the word out.
Mm-hmm.
So. And that part I get, but we'd find a new way to do it, I guess. I don't know. What, Jim, what is I'm sure people have written about this, but what is the sci-fi world when social media goes down? What does everybody do here on out forever? The people who have made, the young people, the influencers that have made their entire life and career and all they know, all their expertise is that they know how to show up online. If that goes away, what happens?
I actually have something really. Okay, let's go to left field for a second here because you made me think of something that I made myself think of as well too. So I mentioned Johnny Cash doing the cover of "Hurt." That brought me to 9 Inch Nails, which of course brought me to Trent Reznor. Then you asked the question about what does a science fiction world look like without internet access. It's interesting because Trent Reznor did the soundtrack for the HBO series Watchmen. One of the premises in that amazing sci-fi show is that Robert Redford becomes president in the middle of the 1980s. And when he becomes president, he and a very powerful man conspire to withhold the technology that would create the internet. And so the entire thing takes place in the not too distant future of what a futuristic world would look like with no internet. As if the government, it doesn't say it wouldn't have been invented, but what would happen if the most powerful nation on the face of the earth actually said, you don't get it, nobody gets it. And they withhold all of that kind of stuff from people. And it makes for a very, very sinister world where you have incredible amounts of technology, but nobody is able to communicate with anybody outside of the regular channels, which brings me back to careers in entertainment. One of the hardest adjustments that I had to make, and I made it and then have gotten away from it over the last decade as I changed lives and changed careers, is Lindsay, I will put it this way. If, in fact, there was no internet right now, in this present moment, given who I know and given what I used to do, I could actually make you famous within about a year.
Wait, is there a different, because I would love there's a difference. If the internet stays and AI stays, but social media goes away. So like, I don't know if there's a scenario where that would happen, where like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, where those things go away.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at, because like I said, the one thing that Watchmen doesn't say there is no internet. It doesn't say there is no internet. What it does is that the government is so deeply entrenched in it that the idea of capitalist startup companies, bro-tech startup companies, Twitter, it just doesn't exist. It's so limited. That's exactly what I'm getting at. And the reason I bring that up in regards to, I'm using you as an example because you're here.
Please.
And we've talked about this stuff before. I could do it really easily, because basically by the time I had finally cracked the code about how one goes about doing PR or press work for somebody without social media, that's easy if you in fact are a good networker. Meaning Brad Bentley would be king. That people who have the ability to be able to kind of create, Susan Fall would be doing fine, by the way, because what you would then have to do, Lindsay, is you would have to then man the phone and get in touch with every news outlet, meaning newspapers. I mean, without social media, remember, let's just say that the newspaper still had their stranglehold on things, even if it was online, on the internet, then you would be then dealing with a series of gatekeepers, and people couldn't flood the zone with their own DIY stuff. You would then once again be at the mercy of what I call influencers at a professional level, people whose job it was to influence not for themselves, but for you. Does that make sense? That I would be able to get on the phone and call about 3 or 4 newspapers, make a big splash in one particular market, and then take that big splash and transport it to another market, and then at some point you would have the analog equivalent of viral.
Well, we'd also have to start being around people more often again. If social media goes away, we have to have events. I have to perform live. You have to speak live. Like, whatever. We have to meet people in a room, and like happy hours become a thing more again. Or
have you seen
events.
The Sweet Smell of Success? Have you seen The Sweet Smell of Success,
No.
the movie? Okay. Burt Lancaster essentially plays a fictionalized version of Walter Winchell. And you'd love that movie, by the way. You'd also find it like want to take a bath after it's over with. But the idea is that, there would be these like big radio show hosts and these big television show hosts like Ed Sullivan and Walter Winchell, these real kind of, big platform influencers. And you'd have to figure out as a publicist or as an artist, can I book a show in a club where I know they are going? Oh, they actually hold court at the Flamingo Room, or there is I
love that. I know where he's going to be. I know that guy always has his steak at Morton's or always has his coffee here. Then I'm there.
Yeah. And one of the things that I really love, and by the way, I do think it's making a comeback. I think that people don't realize that the unintentional effect of AI, and this actually applies to truckers too, the unintentional effect of AI is that I am really proud of a lot of people who I thought would get completely duped by AI. It's only the true cultists on the left and the right, the true believers who will believe anything they see. Most people are like, that's slop, that's garbage. I can't trust that. I got to go talk to real people about this too. So is it possible that the internet has become so flooded with disinformation, with so much nonsense, that literally the expression, oh yeah, Lindsay, she holds court over at blankety blank. Oh yeah, that whole RadioNemo crowd. Oh yeah, they're over at Sharky's. Yeah, that's where they hold court. If you want to get anything out of them, you got to go over there. You got to make your way down there and make that happen for them.
I love Sharky's.
But you could also see something like, hey, man, you're not going to get your information on the interweb anymore. You don't know who you're talking to. We've all got to get over the truck stop now and get around that table and start talking.
God, I would love it. It sounds magical. I mean, for a couple days, it would be horrifying because you would be having the DTs. You'd come off of it. But then it would be incredible. There
are many people down here, Lindsay, and a little bit less in Nashville after y'all's floods. But there's a lot of people here in New Orleans who know exactly what that world looks like post Katrina. Ooh, man! Let me tell you something, my sister. You had to go into reels because it's like towers down. They haven't got the tower service up yet. Tower service failed again. No stoplights for like 6 months. Everybody had.
Let's see, how long ago was Katrina?
20 years, exactly.
20.
We celebrated 20.
So yes, Facebook existed.
Oh, big
but
time.
No, we didn't really fully use it yet, right? Or wrong?
Well, we were actually Facebook. We hadn't perverted it yet. It was still like, look at all this wonderful stuff in my life, and here's a way of staying in touch with people. And
okay,
I really
so people were able. I mean, they couldn't, but would have been able to post videos, and should they be able to get it up to show what was happening?
Yeah, if they could get out of the city of New Orleans or find a hot spot. Okay. Yeah. But that became more a matter of finding that oasis. But that's the thing, too. I am wondering if one of the unintended consequences that we are headed towards is that because there is so much slop on the internet, or forcing people to curate the internet so much that they're actually hanging around with actual people who they then want to meet in real life. You know what I'm saying?
That's the good part about it. Like Scott Kelly, the fact that happened to this guy, someone sees his resume and now we can connect and find him. The fact that I'm interested in authors or music, like the good part is being like, oh, there's all these people I'm interested in. I can use Instagram or whatever social media outlet you use to actually connect with them and then see if there's a way to connect, whether that be in person or on the show or whatever. That's the positive. That is the only thing I would miss, I think, about social media is like, there's someone I'm interested. How do I get to them? Get to them, not through a publicist or that is where I can get to them. That was the only thing I would miss.
I just had an amazing programming insight, not idea. This is not my idea. I'm sure other people have had this idea. Something dawned on me, and we've just got to make an adjustment here at 9 when we do the show. If you've seen it too, because you come in very, very early to tell everybody good morning when we first start the show. Yesterday in particular, it was lit up. Yesterday was lit up. At 7 o'clock when I got on my phone to check the YouTube chat during the Tremble conference, it was lined up, Lindsay. I mean, there were at least 5 to 10 comments kind of rifling through there. It was as if people were stopping into the diner, where we hold court, to kind of stop in and say good morning to us. And in fact, the curated, what I would call digital reality of that, the satellite reality of that, whatever the reality of that is not in the real, but was very much real there. Lindsay, we're going to take a breath here, because guess who managed to make it?
Steve Kavanaugh.
Oh, we should do that. Dre, I will turn to you and say, take us to Steve Kavanaugh.
Oh, yeah!
Hey, welcome back. We got him on the line. This is a book. We talked about it earlier during the day. This isn't just one book. This is a whole world. This is multiple books. This is the world that is the beautiful mind that is Steve Kavanaugh. So we're kicking things off today with somebody who, by the way, Jim, he knows how to hijack your entire day, or at least 4 hours of it. Best-selling thriller author Steve Kavanaugh. He's the mastermind between the internationally adored Eddie Flynn series, his newest audio thriller, The Cross, which just came out, or comes out today. Is today the 18th? Yeah, that's today.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it throws Eddie Flynn, who's an ex-con artist turned defense attorney. Yes, maybe one and the same. You be the judge. Turns him into a 24-hour this sprint across New York City, all barreling toward one explosive cross-examination. So, Jim, if you love morally complex heroes, and I know that you do, and legal chaos and, stories that keep you from doing anything productive, this is your guy. Steve himself is a former lawyer turned award-winning novelist from Belfast. He writes courtroom tension and that kind of with that kind of accuracy and mischief, I guess, is the balance that you can only get from someone who has actually been a part of it and lived it. So we're going to dive into the chaos of it all. The man we have on the line, can't wait to talk to you and cross-examine you by perhaps Steve Kavanaugh. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Oh, good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Got a great accent. That's all I need from you. We don't even need to talk.
I always love hearing my people. I have to tell you, Eddie Flynn is a fantastic character because he is a man, much like the man he is defending in this book, who has spent a life walking on the wrong side and now doing his best to apply the tactics and abilities he's learned over there onto the side of right. And this is kind of a change of pace while staying in the same world. You really make the clock a gigantic enemy in this thing without giving away the entire game. Can you kind of tell our friends out there listening on the road why this what the premise of this 4.5 hours of audio listening is?
Of course, yes, I'd be delighted. Well, The Cross is about Eddie, who's representing the widow of a man who has been murdered by the police in New York City. And he's bringing a civil claim, but he quickly realizes that there is a whole corrupt police force behind this. And a small section of them are threatening Eddie and everyone else if he proceeds with this case. So it's a question of whether he's brave enough to stand up for what is right. And if he does, what are the consequences?
The Morgue Squad. The Morgue Squad. And I have to tell you, that plays a large part in this too. And there really is, guys, if you are fans of a lot of that great cinema of the 70s, if you are a fan of a lot of that kind of morally compromised fiction that kind of, percolated up during that time period, this is a world for you. And I was kind of curious to ask you that question as well. And then Lindsay's got some stuff for you because we're both very excited to have you here if you can't tell. Are there films or gumshoes or novelists right now that you can actually feel them percolating in your words and in your veins as you create these tales?
Kind of, I loved a lot of those 70s movies as well, like The French Connection, Popeye Doyle, and all of that, Serpico, The Godfather. So I grew up watching all of those movies. In terms of influences, writing, Lee Child is a big influence on me as well. So hopefully everything is and John Grisham, of course. So hopefully everything is a little bit of a mishmash of all of that thrown together, and hopefully something good comes out of it.
Well, the mishmash and all thrown together only comes because of the world that you lived prior to this in order to write it, of course. And so, you built this entire fictional world around a defense attorney who used to be a con artist. So you're a former lawyer. I'm curious to you, Steve, what's one, and by the way, both Jim and I are children of attorneys.
And I'm a former investigator, so.
Yeah, so we love the world. But, I'm curious, what's one thing that, because you're an attorney and writer, so what's one thing that lawyers, in your opinion, get wrong when they write, and what's something wrong that writers get wrong when they try to write about law when they haven't actually been an attorney themselves? You kind of are able to balance both of those worlds.
Oh, thank you very much. I think lawyers want to get the procedures right, and they're worried about that. And I think some writers make the same mistake. If they're not lawyers, they want to make sure they get all the legal procedures right. And how I manage to succeed, if I succeed at all, is I keep as much procedure out of it as possible. I'm interested in suspense and the psychological drama of the courtroom. For me, that's where the juice is. So I go straight for the drama.
So does Jimmy.
Yeah.
Perfect. All the time.
Which is really great too, because my dad, who's made a couple of passes at writing a book, he actually finally admitted to himself. He said, "I just can't get out of my head." He said, "I just can't bring myself to not follow the procedure in doing this." And he said, "I get myself bogged down in explanations and details and all this kind of stuff." But there is a game too that you have to play in this kind of writing where you are kind of moving through procedure, but at the same time, you don't want to create an environment where even the most casual reader goes, "Wait a minute, why isn't somebody objecting? Why isn't somebody asking for the exception? What what is the purpose of the overruling?" You have to get. It's almost like you have to figure out where to put it selectively to make sure that people understand that you understand, while saying the point here is the story, not making sure we get the law case cited properly at the bottom of the page in a footnote, right?
Of course. I mean, it's fiction, so the number one thing I want to do is entertain. Now, I will have some details in there as long as they're interesting. And obviously, I try to keep the story as real as possible. But we all know even when you pick up a police novel, cops don't solve murders, chasing, around bad guys in a high-speed chase. Most murders are solved at their desk or in a lab, so there is a willing suspension of disbelief with readers. But I keep enough interesting details in there to make the story believable and feel real. And as long as it feels real to people, then I think I can explore the more dangerous and dramatic side of these stories.
Well, I think the danger side to me, which also goes back to your past work, I love the line in the book, cross-examination is daylight robbery. I think that's so great. I love that line, and it makes me think, Steve, what does cross-examination teach you about human behavior? Are people easier to rob, so to speak? Are they easier to do it than we think, I guess?
Well, it depends. You have to take each witness as you find them. But in terms of that, cross-examination is a real art form. I think it can be taught a little bit, but it is an inherent skill, because it's a psychological war of words. Every word used in that courtroom is a weapon. So you got to know when to use it, how to use it. For an example, one of the lines is, lawyers don't ask questions unless they know the answer to that question. What they don't tell you is the lawyer gives you the answer in the question. So there's lots of psychological tricks and wordplay, and to me, I love that. That's what I think sets my novels apart from others, and hopefully keeps it entertaining for the readers.
For sure.
The other thing that's really, really cool is the structure of this, Lindsay, and the fact that the very structure of the novel is a cross-examination. And I'm going to get a little bit technical with our listeners in a way that I think they'll understand. Tell me what it
is technical.
Okay. So the idea of the funnel technique, the idea that you can teach somebody the funnel technique of keep on basically closing the door further and further on the witness until they are trapped inside the question that you have asked and the precise wording that you have asked. That's what the book does too, because what the book is doing to your central character is it's beginning to slowly limit his choices while he is simultaneously attempting to do the same thing together. And in some ways, this 4.5-hour format of the audiobook actually is structured as if one kind of snapshot, that you actually have to kind of go back and throw in the exposition in very selective ways because we're only looking at 24 hours. We start right at the moment of maximum crisis, get to the deep breath before the plunge, and then jump back in that old technique of 24 hours earlier, and then we're off to the races. Were you cognizantly aware when you began? You call the novel The Cross. Were you aware that you were attempting to replicate in structure the art of the cross?
No, very honestly, I have to say
It's okay.
But that's okay. I'm glad that it worked out that way. You know, I'm always conscious of moving the story on. I think what happens in crimes, either from police work or from lawyers, is there are long periods of time where very little happens, and then there are short, compressed periods of time where lots of stuff happens and everyone's under pressure. And I tend to try and set my stories in those times of pressure and crisis, because that's what I think gives them, real heft and pace and weight. But no, I wasn't aware that I'd structured it that way in terms of reflecting the funnel. But that's very interesting that you spotted that. So I'm going to take credit for that now and say, yes, I intended that all along.
Well done. Well done.
It's funny, Lindsay. Lindsay will often ask me questions, like we're trying to get down to the bottom of something, and Lindsay will often ask me questions, and I'll actually giggle when I read them. I'm like, oh, the answer that Lindsay wants is actually inside the question, and I don't have a lot of room to maneuver, and then I've got to engage in an Irish doublespeak in order to get myself out of it, to buy myself more time before I have a better answer for her.
Always challenging.
And it's always a challenging thing. The other thing is, too, what I have to imagine is deliberate, though, is that you did want to write a short-form piece, correct? I mean, because you mentioned the French Connection, and the whole structure of this is one long chase. I mean, there's a moment where a face explodes, and I'll simply put it that way, it's not to ruin anything. A face explodes, and from that moment, it feels like a propulsion drive at that point. That was part of your design, to write something really short, tight, and terse, to kind of give people kind of a single-sitting freight train. I mean, was deliberate, correct?
That's deliberate, but I have to say that's the way I write all my books. I'm terrified of the reader, either stop pausing the audiobook or putting down the book and saying, I'll come back to that later. I write short, punchy chapters. I keep the story moving. I have lots of twists and cliffhangers. And I'm terrified of the reader putting the book down or being bored. So that's kind of the way I write everything, whether it's a longer novel or this shorter piece. I'm very needy for the reader's attention, because I'm conscious, if you get an audiobook or if you buy one of my books, you're giving me your time. And I want to make sure that that time is well spent, and you put the book down at the end, or you finish the audiobook and you think, wow, I'm so glad I did that. And I'll have another one, please.
I'm curious, too. We should have a couple minutes left, but I want to talk about New York real quick, because New York in the past few years, and especially post-COVID, has shifted a lot. It's got a bad rap. It's, people say the heart is gone, but it's not. There's still so much beauty in the melting pot and the big expansive world that New York is. So your book takes readers on a tour of New York that is very frantic and feels very alive. So I'm curious to you, especially since you are not from New York, nor even this country, what part of New York City as a character, what part of New York brings out your best writing, and what part perhaps your worst?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. I love the city. I love the park. Central Park is just gorgeous and very really inspiring. And I find the sort of the seedier sides, the darker streets, exciting. That can be, some dive bar where I've been hustling pool in Hell's Kitchen, or it can be a beautiful street on the Upper West Side. I can find something a little suspicious and spooky and dangerous in any part of the city. But that's what I also love. But the whole city is a character, and the pace of that city matches the pace of the books. So it's easy, hopefully, to bring it to life.
For sure.
I can't believe we're out of time.
I know, it's a bummer, but you guys can find out more if you head over to stevecavanaughauthor.com. You can also find more about him on our own website at radionemo.com. The book is available. It's available in audio. You can go listen now. You can, I think we have the download instructions, maybe even on our website.
Actually, yeah, I mean, it's on Audible as well, too. There's a lot of groovy stuff that's happening now. It's by the way, I actually, before we got sent the link, Lindsay, I actually went on Audible and got it. I'm like, oh, darn it.
It's perfect for our listeners, Steve, real quick before we lose you, that most of our listeners are over-the-road truck drivers. If they can listen to this and realize 4 hours of their drive is checked off, their drive/their work, that's perfect. So I know we'll be sending people your way, and we appreciate you making the time from afar for us.
Thank you, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, folks. Happy trucking.
Happy trucking, happy New Yorking, happy franticking, happy next guest, Jim. Cynthia Rivard is joining us. We're talking about fight or flight. I love both things.
We do a lot of that here on Road Gang Radio, guys. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. If you do, fight or flight. We'll be right back after these messages.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! We're lifting off to another great interview on Road Gang Radio, live from the Fast Sports Studios. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
Oh, my friend, you are correct. And maladaptive is the word that I brought up when Lindsay first joined us in the show. It was a word that was brought up before. It's at the heart of a lot of what we're going to be talking about this morning. Good morning to you, Lindsay, by the way.
And to you, good sir. I'm excited to dive deep with Cynthia next.
By the way, Cynthia, who Lindsay refers to, Cynthia Rivard, is a leadership and intuition expert, an author, and and an environmental advocate. She ethically practices proactive solutions supporting both business and humanity into the future. In her books, Hope for a New Era and the one we're talking about today, A New Breed of Leader, Cynthia is inviting you on a journey of self-discovery and expansion for purpose, leadership, and concession-building skills, fostering the heart-led, compassionate communities we need in order to heal and create peace. She believes in the power of compassionate communication and egoless leadership. It's possible. It is difficult. However, she does teach it to drive improvements in society. If you want to learn more, go to cynthiarivard.com. That's RIVARD.com. And all proceeds from her books will be donated to globalrisingtide.org, the purpose-driven conscious leaders community that she founded. It is contributing to raise human consciousness and end global warming. Without further ado, it is our pleasure to welcome Cynthia aboard Road Gang Radio. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be here with you all this morning. Thank you for having me.
Cynthia, your work is my bag. I love what you're talking about, but you come at it with such a balance. So I want to start a little basic here, just for anybody listening. You know, I'll say the naysayer who's like, oh, the spiritual, the woo side, whatever. But you are not that. You are based. You find a way to balance it all between. We talked about this earlier. Spiritual teacher, but also business strategist. That right already grounds the first thing, I feel like. And
yes,
so
ma'am.
Yeah, and you're talking emotion, not from the top down, but the inside out. So if you could walk us through, how do those two things, spiritual teacher and strategist, how do those two parts of you work together instead of competing?
Well, first of all, what we were going to discuss today was written completely from a secular lens. None of my spiritual teachings come out in the book, but being a spiritual teacher, I am guided in what I share and really passionate about how we can each help make a difference in our families and our communities. And I'll just add, because the word leader turns a lot of people off, we don't see ourselves that way if no one's ever handed us a title. When I talk about leadership, it's individualistic, micro leadership in our daily actions. We all have influence over other people. Even if we're not interacting with them directly in person, we have influence over others. And that's what I talk about in intentional leadership. So it applies to everyone in your audience if they're open to just thinking about it with this lens and, making intentional actions to impact others in a positive way.
There is a term for it in some religious communities, and I think applies really lovely to secular behavior, the idea of evangelization by example. There are plenty of people who proselytize ideas and often espouse core tenets of philosophy and love sharing those with people. There are other people, however, who believe those things and then say, how can I put those words into action? And by simply doing that in my own personal life, provide an example, even if it's only for the small group of people that surround us in the workforce or in our family lives or in our communities, say like, the club that we belong to, the advocacy organization that we're a part of. It really, it seems to be that a lot of what a new breed of leader is the reminder that we are being asked to walk that which we talk and to practically be able to develop that skill, to understand that we are that our actions are a manifesto for our beliefs.
Absolutely. And I like to say, of course, I have some very strong-held beliefs, but you don't have to believe in a greater power to just believe in humanity and being a good person. And that's really what it's all about, is how do your actions impact others, and how can you help more people through your just day-to-day interactions with them?
So day-to-day interactions with people are obviously they've gotten to be difficult, which is why it has kind of shoved people into their homes, and it's isolated us, and it's just a vicious cycle that we have to obviously reprogram. But you talk so much about, and I really like this, how our dysfunction is actually evolutionary. I loved that, Cynthia, because that feels actually hopeful instead of hopeless. And it reminds me that this is sort of part of a process. We go through these cycles where dysfunction leads to evolution, and then we sort of hopefully swing the pendulum back and meet in the middle. So with that said, I'm curious to you how we sort of, as it pertains to, how do we tell the difference between a survival response and an intuitive response? Because I feel like they feel the same in the body sometimes, but if we're able to take a moment and figure out, is this a knee jerk or is this a time for me to sort of reevaluate, I think that can help sort of decipher the dysfunction, if that makes sense. So what is the difference between a survival response and an intuitive response?
So we have a lot of survival instincts that you see playing out in our society, and we always have. I think it's really hot right now with all of the discourse and division that we're seeing, in social media and on the news around political and religious beliefs and that kind of thing. But it's always been like this because one of our most basic survival instincts it's known as the fear response, but it actually in our modern society does not show up or feel like fear most of the time, but it's a subconscious resistance to change. And if we feel like there's a lot of change going on around us, or we're afraid of change, maybe what's going on with the economy or a threat of extreme weather events, there's a lot of things that our subconscious, not just our conscious mind, but our subconscious is taking in and feeling really bombarded by that feels like massive change and threats. And when we sense that, we put up resistance, which people know as the fear, fight, or flight response. And how we see that playing out, if you look on social media as an example, and this is just, remind me to circle back about the intuitive, noticing your intuition or feeling into it. But if you can recognize this instinctual response, what I advocate for is just becoming aware of it, not just in yourself, so that you can choose differently, because it's very easy when you recognize it. That's the trick. You have to recognize that that's what's happening. Then you can choose a different path or a different reaction. But you can also recognize it in others and therefore have compassion for their overreacting, perhaps, their argumentative nature. So one of the instincts we see playing out on social media is this horrendous fight response. People really name calling and throwing people of differing beliefs under the bus rather than trying to have diplomatic discourse to try and understand each other. You see, online's a bad example, I suppose, but it's just one that I think most people have access to. Maybe you see it at the Thanksgiving table when you're around people you're not normally around. People have this innate reaction to fight for their beliefs that they feel are being threatened, rather than just taking a breath. If you recognize that need to argue, just taking a breath and telling yourself to be curious. Just ask questions, learn, be curious, rather than judgmental about those differing viewpoints. And depending on your relationship with that other person, it can help lower their resistance and their ability to listen to you as well.
Jim, curious instead of combative. Curious instead of combative. I'm not looking at you directly, Jim. Curious instead of combative. That's in general. I'm saying it to myself.
No.
I'm saying it to us all. It's a good pivot.
Pivot. I don't feel like I'm being having that directed at me. I do have something I wanted to bounce off you, given what you and Lindsay have kind of opened up here. I've often found that I'm able to kind of let the rage and the nastiness of what happens online roll off my back, but it took a long time to get there. And I think it might have something to do with the fact that people are so self-loathing over what I call the daily cowardice of life, in that people are so confrontationally adverse sometimes in real life that either they take it out on people whom they know they can safely do it to, family members, or they do it online where there is no threat of actual any genuine real pushback. They can hit the mute button, they can hit the block button, and all that kind of stuff. And it brings us further away from actually doing what you're talking about, which is actually crossing the border and meeting somebody for what might be a spirited conversation, might be friction that produces a synthesis of ideas, but it often feels like that people's rage is as much from a place of self-loathing at their own inability to stand up for themselves as it is from an attempt to want to attack everybody around themselves. They're like lashing out because they can't truly be themselves and they don't know how to get there. And like I said, in kind of going through the material that you have and you've talked about, I couldn't escape the fact that that urge to individualism is not really an urge towards becoming a complete person and a unique individual, but towards becoming an authoritarian, kind of a mini despot where the world must kind of adhere to what I want because I can't deal with the stress of other humans. Sorry I unpacked that on you, but you get me excited with your thoughts.
That's beautiful. I love some of the points you made there, and there definitely is a safety online that we don't feel in person, and someone will feel empowered to say a lot more online than they may in person, because we do have, a lot of us have an instinct to avoid conflict if possible and not speak up at all. And that's more of the freeze response versus the fight response. When we're in person and it could end up being a conflict, we may choose to hide our head or not say anything or pretend an issue doesn't exist, hoping it just goes away because we want to avoid conflict. And that's more of a freeze response than the fight response, which feels very easy to get into online without feeling physically threatened, obviously.
So I'd love to give to we have a lot of truck drivers, a big majority of our audience, truck drivers sitting in their cabs and their trucks now, and this all sounds great and we can identify, but it's like, okay, but then what do I do? What next? And this can actually go back to the intuition as well. But your book talks so much about emotional intelligence, and so if you could answer this question and then maybe give some tips here. So why you think emotional regulation is really a missing skill in our culture right now, and with that, a quick reset that we can use in the moment when I'm sitting there and I feel myself about to spiral. It's it's just a check-in that helps us shift. So why do you think emotional regulation is the missing skill in our culture?
Absolutely. Well, so this can nicely tie in with your question about intuition, because you have to kind of be aware and notice if you're feeling something more gut related, tugging you in a different direction, like something doesn't feel right about this circumstance or whatever. And emotional intelligence is just the ability to recognize and regulate your emotions, and that is a skill available to everyone. It's not something that some people are born with and others are not, like we think about IQ. It is something that we constantly have to be aware of and practice, but all it is building your awareness. If you recognize that our thoughts create our emotions, then if you're feeling something that you don't want to feel, like you're about to erupt or you're feeling tense or anxious, check in with yourself and think about what thought you just had that created that feeling in your body, because it's always tracked back to a particular thought. And then if you recognize what it is about that thought that's causing the emotion, you can choose a more neutral thought. And this is a skill. It's not the first time you try it. It's not easy. And you could just start by taking a pause and a deep breath. And that's, an immediate tool available to everyone to try and regulate your emotions. But as you're taking that breath, think about, well, what's a more neutral perspective? Instead of taking what this guy is saying personally, because it's always more about them than about you, how can you shift what you're thinking about the circumstance or what they're saying so you don't find it as offensive, and therefore you can listen and respond to the conversation differently.
I am going to kind of I took some notes after kind of going through your material. And by the way, if you're just joining us, Cynthia Rivard is the author of New Breed of Leader, A Guide to Healing Humanity and Peaceful Revolution. She joins us this morning on Road Gang Radio. I took some notes here, and this is my way of saying, asking the question I'm asking you as I read this note to you is, do I get it, of what you're kind of getting at here?
Okay.
So I wrote down hostility, combat, and upheaval. You used the term maladaptive. That is a carefully chosen word, because hostility, combat, and upheaval are traits that are necessary in an environmentally hostile world, when the saber-toothed tiger can eat your head, and when, if you don't stay on the run, you die. But things have changed, and because mankind's greatest trait, what actually invents us as humans, is choice. As far as we can discern, few, if any other species, have that ability not to act on evolutionary impulse. And by making different choices, we can change the direction of our evolution. Am I understanding what the overall goal here is? To remember that just because something was programmed into you by earlier times does not mean that that programming applies to where we are now.
100%. That was beautifully recapped. We needed those survival instincts back in the day, and they can still come in handy. I always advocate that you really do a check-in, and are you feeling that resistance? Because there really is something there. Do your due diligence. Is there something there that could be a threat? But 99% of the time, we find that, no, there really isn't a physical threat. And if it is some kind of a risk of failure, we'll determine, but it's worth it. You still may fall into these survival instincts if you're not aware of them. And that's when the building awareness is so critical, because we do always have choice to choose a different thought and a different reaction or a different response instead of a gut reaction.
Cynthia, we're talking with Cynthia Rivard, and I think there's something that you believe, which I believe is so basic and also one of the most profound things we can talk about here, Cynthia, and that is that leadership is not a title, it's an energy. I love that, whether the word energy meaning it's, how somebody carries themselves. I want to follow somebody who leads with respect and authority, not somebody who's loud and telling me what to do. So, I'm curious, with that being said, can someone lead powerfully without being loud? And with that, what does ego-less leadership look like? And what does it not look like?
Well, I define leadership that's ego-led as being self-serving. So we all have ego. It's a part of who we are, but we don't have to allow our ego to lead, meaning the decisions and the things we do take other people into account. It's not all self-serving. And we can 100% influence others, which is the definition I like to use of leadership. It's ethical influence of others. 100%, we can do that quietly, from behind or from the side, leading by example, sharing our positive energy and, warm smile and love with others and lifting them when they're feeling down. You never know the influence that you could have on someone else when you show up in that manner, and that is leadership. It doesn't have to be a title and that big name on the stage.
I was reading it's one of my favorite reviews I've ever read of a performance. David Denby of The New Yorker was reviewing Saving Private Ryan, and he was talking about the genius of Tom Hanks's performance in that movie. And he says it's amazing that unless the combat is so that he has to scream above what is happening, he talks about Tom Hanks as a leader in that movie. He says there is a gentleness to him that that is contradicted by just enough pressure in his voice that people are willing to follow him when he says so. And he talks about the idea that his willingness to make an example of himself by going to the front and leading his men. But that pressure in his voice is the idea that one need not be a screamer or a shouter or a bellower. That simply the example followed by the purpose is often enough to push people to places where they might not be comfortable going if they were being led by ego-led leadership. Is that in the linguistic way we're kind of getting at here?
Absolutely. Your ability to lead is the influence that you exert, the positive influence on others. And we do that every day in many different ways. When you have a positive influence on the people in your sphere already, your family, your friends, your coworkers, we can influence them, and you don't need to be loud or pushy. You don't even have to tell them what to do. You can just be that positive role model and inspire them to behave in a different way that has a positive effect.
We're talking.
So it sounds like I'm sorry, I don't remember that movie, but it sounds like he was a very positive role model, and it wasn't just what he was saying, but what he was doing that had real impact.
We're talking with Cynthia Rivard. You can head over to cynthiarivard.com. The book is A New Breed of Leader, A Guide for Healing, Humanity, and Peaceful Revolution. And there in the subtitle is that term, peaceful revolution. And, there are early signs that change is happening, believe it or not. So I'm curious to you, what does a peaceful revolution actually look like in daily life? And what are those micro actions that we can all be a part of it?
Well, I guess the peaceful part is just that we need a lot of change in society. There's a lot of things that are broken. Violence is counteracting. It does not do any good and takes us in the opposite and wrong direction. So when we can lead peacefully and impact even the small changes in your community, your small, tight neighborhood or apartment building, make an impact in positive ways on things that make a difference to others, that is, of course, revolution are big changes, but it starts with small, at-hand ways that all of us can impact our own communities or families. That's how each one of us can contribute. And then as you take action, you may be inspired to do something on a bigger or grander scale, but don't wait and overthink it. Just take an action now to impact someone you're close to in a surprising and positive way.
I am going to actually take things in a little bit of a negative direction, not by way of bringing down the conversation with Cynthia, but by asking a question. So you talked about the idea of 99% of the time, what we perceive as a genuine threat is not. And I'm curious your thinking on this. Is because of that, because too much of the time that it might only be 1 out of every 100, but people respond to every little thing as if it were a threat, that actually ends up that we become the creators of genuine threat by not de-escalating at the very source. That because we're behaving in this fashion, everything is a fight, everything is a conflict, that what we're really doing is genuinely guaranteeing it. And we desperately are trying to bring the temperature down before our actual delusions of conflict lead to a genuine one.
I'm not sure I understood the question, but it just brought to me when because there's so much threat, as you started out saying, most people now are experiencing the freeze response.
Right.
So there's a lot of things going on, and there's a lot of things we really should be paying attention to. And I'll keep it I think non-political. It should be non-political to say climate change is one of those. We could or should be paying attention to that, but it feels like change. So it feels like a threat. And so we go into freeze mode and pretend it doesn't exist, or, want to believe that it's just not real. It's being over amplified or whatever. That's a freeze response. We're hiding our head from something that is actually a very real threat that we should be paying attention to and turning around, doing what we can to turn it around before we have even more dire circumstances than we do with all of the extreme weather events and such. So what we see, and it could have to do with all the bombardment of changes going on right now, but it's very common when you feel a potential threat to go into a freeze mode and ignore it, because quite often those threats do go away on their own. Like it's well, as an example, an opportunity that you kind of freeze on and don't take advantage of, it goes away. You didn't take action on it, it goes away. Whether that was a good or bad thing for you, you froze and ignored it. And so we see a lot of the freeze response right now from the number of people that are just not reacting at all. You see the fight response now as well, but there's still a lot of people in freeze mode.
That is really interesting. We got to wrap this up, Lindsay. That's a conversation worth having too. The idea that our freeze mode is not just is not responding to threats. We're freezing because we fail to recognize opportunity from threat, or be able to kind of see where the opportunity is in the threat, and we're actually missing really important moments that we could take advantage of if we would simply learn to be intuitive as opposed to threatened in that very moment. Cynthia, we got to call this a day. Lindsay, you got any room for?
Well, I wanted to make sure we mentioned that all proceeds from Cynthia's book here support Global Rising Tide, which they work to raise human consciousness and around combat global warming. So all proceeds from her book go toward the environmental link, the actions taking place here. So that shows you how much she believes in it, that she put all her love and passion and time into this book and is giving it back to the greater good. So Cynthia, again, head over to cynthiarivard.com. You can find out more, see all the books, including Hope for a New Era, as well as A New Breed of Leader. Cynthia, we appreciate you taking the time. Thank you for raising human consciousness around here. We need more of your work, and we hope to have you back.
Thank you so much. I love chatting with you both.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good to talk to Cynthia again. We'll be back with a preview of what is coming up in regards to Trucking with OIDA, and then, of course, both kinds.
We'll be talking to country and Western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds. On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Toby Keith, Todd Snyder, and the Country Music Awards, which will be this week. More to come.
Humankind.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's Tuesday.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we're seizing it. We're seizing it all day, every day from Fastport Studios with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
By the way, our friends over at OOIDA, board members twice a year come in from all parts of North America to check in and talk about the direction that association is in fact taking. And since they are already there and already in a talking mood, Scott and Ashley thought, why not get them into Studio A to have a bit of a chat? So they did. In the first of 3 roundtable discussions, Matthew Bradley, Tilden Curl, Mike Nichols, and Harry Smith are stopping by Trucking with OOIDA to talk about culture, cohesion, and camaraderie in the trucking industry, the issues they're most concerned about right now, and much, much more. All of that is Scott and Ashley. Join you guys at 11 in the center, 12 in the east for Trucking with OOIDA.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down.
It is.
Because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen
Heard of it.
herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Woo!
We all rose here, yep.
Yeah, that's it. Everybody loves Lindsay.
That's me.
People
Thank
loving
you.
Lindsay.
Hey, girl. Hey. Everybody loves Lindsay except for the ones that don't, and there's a lot of those too. Okay, guys, welcome back to your country and western music news, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Toby Keith and America.
A great American.
Great
A
American.
great American. Go
Great
on.
American. So Toby Keith, who we lost, of course, a couple years ago, his daughter Crystal Keith, who is a singer herself, I'm sure her daddy, Jim, was smiling down from heaven this past weekend, the cowboy that he is. Crystal Keith performed a tribute at the NFL game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cincinnati Bengals on Sunday. Crystal Keith, she kept her late country star father's memory alive, Jim. She gave this, I don't know if you saw it or not, but she gave a very emotional salute to the military, but also to her father, Toby Keith, and football and family was such a big part of their tradition. So, Jim, back in 2001, what's that, 24 years ago, Crystal Keith sang the national anthem at the very first football game at, Jim, Pittsburgh Acrisure Stadium.
Nice.
Something that me and Pittsburgh have in common. This is the Acrisure Studios over here in Franklin, Tennessee. They sponsor this, and they also sponsor Pittsburgh. I'm guessing they give the Pittsburgh Steelers probably more money than my little one-room studio over here. I don't know.
Probably. I put money on that. I would actually. I don't bet often. I bet on that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a
And
bet
by
you
the
should
way,
take.
if it turns out not to be true, you and I need to have a very long, very long conversation about what the hell you're up to over there in Franklin, and can I move in? Go on.
Okay. Yeah, no, that is true. So basically, Crystal, and that game back in 2021, that it was a matchup between the Steelers and the Bengals. The Steelers won. So this past Sunday, the Steelers and the Bengals once again squared off, and once again the Steelers walked away winners. Crystal joked on social media that the Keith and Steelers winning streak continues. Jim, the clip also shows some behind the scenes of her performance. She brought her 2 daughters and to the stadium with her. They got to meet the Steelers players, but it was an emotional family moment for Crystal, since Toby Keith was a dedicated Steelers fan who shared his love of the game with his daughter. Now, really, Jim, the only reason I bring this story up, period, well, it's twofold. A, because I wanted to mention Acrisure. Shout out to Acrisure, good people that we're excited to work with and hopefully dive in more. But also, Jim, because not only was Toby Keith a fan of the Steelers, he was a fan of the Oklahoma Sooners. And let me just take this moment, Jim, to say to my dear friend Brad Bentley, Boomer! Jim, we rolled Tide all right. We rolled right over that Tide. And that's all I'll say. That is all I'll say about that, except for the fact that the Sooners, Jim, are in the playoff hunt. If we win out, we've got Missouri, and then we've got LSU. If we win both of those, we can't go to the championship, the SEC championship, but we could still find ourselves in the playoffs.
If you win your next 2 games, you're in. If you win your next 2 games, you're in, particularly because they put you ahead of Notre Dame, who all Notre Dame has to do is punch their ticket. It's the same thing. If Oklahoma, and by the way,
we got to play LSU, though. That one's going to be tough.
There's a couple of things at play there. Both teams are incredibly talented. Mizzou, but for a couple of bad breaks, could be in the same place that you are. LSU, but for an injury to their starting quarterback that I don't think he was completely honest about, nor was the team. There's a lot of things. So you're going to be facing two really tough football teams who are really hell-bent on not letting you guys walk in there. But you win, you're in. Straight up.
Win and in.
You win and you're in. Bama wins. If Bama wins, they're in. Out. But you got to win out. So here it comes. This is the moment.
Two big games.
This has been the last big problem for Venables at Oklahoma. He's gotten everything else straightened out. He's got his pipeline of recruits. He's got his development in place. He's got one of the meanest opportunistic defenses and an offense that takes advantage of that defense. He needs not to lose a game. He must win. That's it. That's it.
Boom.
That's it. Boomer.
I'm excited. Boomer.
I can't believe I watched two games at Acrisure Stadium this weekend from beginning to end. I watched both the Bengals and Pittsburgh game from beginning to end. I watched the Notre Dame Pitt game from beginning to end.
What's it all mean? Acrisure.
Beautiful stadium.
Circling the orbit. More to come on that. Again, yeah, I really just wanted to talk about Crystal Keith so I could talk about the Boomer Sooners and, of course, Toby Keith and Acrisure. But she, by the way, if you don't know about her, and at that halftime she performed "Don't Let the Old Man In" and "American Soldier," two of Toby's just beautiful, great, prideful songs.
You know what I love about streaming is just that. If you miss a halftime thing like that, you can actually go back and see stuff like that now because of streaming
and watch it. You'll
and
appreciate
videos.
it.
It's really good. It really is solid. I actually watched it this morning. I went back. I didn't see that, but then I saw it this morning because I was able to watch it. Find it, watch it, done.
It's great. She's actually she's only the only one of Toby's three kids that ever showed an interest in music and performing. That's probably great. He's
Good
someone
for
like
him.
Toby Keith is probably like, I don't want all my kids to do it, but I would like one to
Right.
dip their toe in. She did dip her toe in. She released 2 albums, and then she actually stepped away to focus on family. I like that. She got a taste, and then she bowed out. All right, Jim. This story is rough.
I'm sorry.
So it's not your fault.
I'm not apologizing, but I am sorry.
This story is rough. So we reported last week that Todd Snyder, who's an American songwriting legend here in Nashville, had gotten into some issues, both health and then legal, and it was a crazy story after he's battled a lot of demons and drugs, but he's openly talked about it over the past several years. So we talked about that incident, which I will break down here in a minute. But I am so sad to say that at the age of 59, Todd Snyder passed away on Saturday. And it's left field. It's left like everybody in his vortex, his family and his friends. It's actually left people with more questions than answers. He was a very respected musician throughout the songwriting world, and yet still experienced this outcome, is why I say this. So this tragic news came in the aftermath of a very complex series of incidents that started in Salt Lake City, stemming from Todd Snyder's. He had a scheduled tour appearance in South Lake on November 1st. So he had just released his latest album called High, Lonesome, and Then Some, which you should check out. It just came out in October. And he was attempting to go out on a proper tour for the first time in years, because he'd canceled a lot of shows over the past few years. He was really trying hard to go out, apparently, on a proper tour. But he ended up with some health issues in Salt Lake. So he was supposed to be playing at the Commonwealth Room. That show was the second stop on the tour. That show never happened after Todd Snyder claimed he was assaulted on Halloween. The tour was canceled. This was the first indication, Jim, that something had gone tragically wrong in Salt Lake. The alleged assault forced Todd to check himself into the hospital, which actually led to an arrest as he became unruly at the hospital. When he came back claiming he couldn't breathe, he really needed treatment, and he was sent away. More on that in a second. So, Jim, of course, multiple media outlets, they want to report on the tour cancellation and the why he's crazy and go off on that side. Why others that have heart actually started diving into, we have to ask some bigger questions here. What was happening? Are there any body cams? Are there any footage from the hospital? What's going on? So it was through these inquiries, Jim, where it was revealed that Todd Snyder, yes, had been arrested at the Holy Cross Hospital for a suspicion of criminal trespass, threat of violence, and disorderly contact, which are 2 Class B misdemeanors in an infraction. The arrest happened while he was seeking treatment at a hospital. But, Jim, there is body camera footage of Todd Snyder that was recorded and put out through the tabloid many days later. And it's in this footage, which you can see Todd clearly is distraught. He's complaining of hurting all over, which he says multiple times. He says, I can't breathe. And also said that he was cold and just wanted some medical treatment. Snyder also said at one point that his band had abandoned him and that he was famous and kept saying, "I'm not homeless." Okay, so here we are now. In the statement about his death, Jim, his team says that he died from a case of walking pneumonia that turned fatal. So this is given concerns that Todd actually was truly sick and in need of hospitalization. He actually returned home to Nashville, where he passed away in a hospital here in Nashville. Some in the public want to, of course, indict him for being a drug addict who was simply turning to the hospital for a fix. We can all speculate as much as you want, of course. And, after using claims of an assault, pneumonia as a smokescreen, others say he was clearly suffering from a mental health episode while engaging in this aggressive behavior and was rightfully arrested for berating the staff. And, he, like I said, he's been open with audiences about his drug use and battles with addiction in the past. Now, Jim, in truth, 1, 2, or 3 of these possibilities can, of course, all be accurate at the same time, and which creates this convoluted aspect of the situation. So it's difficult to give it really any determination. But over the last few years, the stories of Snyder canceling shows last minute and berating audiences and being generally moody have increased. Who knows what that's all stemming from. Regardless of all that, though, Jim, Todd Snyder very well could have been experiencing pneumonia while in Salt Lake City. Symptoms from that can progress slowly over the weeks.
You hurt all over.
And become fatal, and symptoms can include fever, which can induce delirium, irritability, and disorientation. It's been confirmed that Snyder had staples in his head, actually, from a visit to a hospital days prior. And if he were to have suffered a brain injury or concussion during the assault, this could have resulted in disorientation as well. So, of course, due to the nature of HIPAA, we may not know fully what happened unless his family or friends release it. The story, why I want to talk about this, Jim, the story of his death really parallels the rising issue, I guess, in America, where so many individuals fall through the cracks of medical care, of mental health, of legal systems, and end up dead or out on the streets. And so questions, I think, must be asked, here, what happened to Todd Snyder, and how is it affecting other people? It could happen to other touring musicians. It can happen to our truck drivers out there when you're on the road and you need help. You have nobody to speak up for you. This could happen to any of us, and this is a really tragic outcome.
There, but for the grace of God. I mean, this is one of those moments where you have to kind of take inventory of your own self and realize how many of us, come so close to being in places like this. I do want to save a special place of anger and rage for TMZ.
Please.
I won't lie, and I don't know if it had anything to do with the idea that we do know that depression and anxiety and despair can often acerbate existing conditions in regards to how they inflame us and how they make us sicker. That there is a connection. I mean, not in the most serious cases, but there is a connection between support and human decency and what happens to us at the end of the day. Some people die, not just from the condition, but their heart breaks as well. Here's a man, from what you had told me, I'm only going from what you had said, who had struggled his whole life along with his addictions and his issues and his curmudgeonly nature, with also the fact that he had never gotten his due. And the first national story on the man is not a profile of the songwriter behind all these interesting people or the creative who you may not have heard of until now. Everybody, we know those articles too. The best writer you've never heard of. And that moment when somebody comes out in the sun, the actor, when Kevin Kline did the great presentation for Richard Jenkins' Oscar nomination, and he said he's the guy whose name you never know, who's finally got his moment. And this guy finally gets his moment, and TMZ gives it to him. And I think that if you guys want to deal in shame, if shame is your métier, then the people who work there, whether they are nice people or not, should learn to deal with the same sort of directed shame. And if anybody cares about these people, is to, even if it isn't in a public forum, to go to those people and say, shame, shame, shame on them. Because this is the first story this man ever gets about him, and it's this. And it just fills me with a certain level of incoherent rage, although I just coherently explain my incoherent rage. Maybe not as incoherent.
Pretty coherent, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't escape that. His first national story about him, all those songs and all that life, vibrant life in so many ways, celebrated, not celebrated, but turned into a joke of a ha 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 ha. That's it. That's my take on it.
It's a great take. It's a rough one. It's one that a lot of people are going to be toying with. Certainly here in Music City, as we break down there's some great organizations here, Jim, that really deal on a sliding scale with mental health with musicians and the touring, the songwriting community. I'm sure they will step up and hopefully have a much bigger conversation around this.
It's not a scoop. That's the thing. Somebody's internal demons are not a scoop. That's just, I can't escape that feeling that if it bleeds, it leads. And like I said, I don't know if it had anything to do with what happened to this guy. Lindsay, I don't know him. All I know is what you've told me, and it breaks it weighed heavily when I read it. When you said it to me.
You'd love his music.
You
would love his music.
It weighed so heavy on me, and it's just like, I could have been a contender. Didn't anybody just bother to say, hey, man, let's get a story about this guy going. Let's just see if we can get some attention to him in a positive way. Maybe that would have made a difference. I don't know. I don't know all the details. I just feel like TMC has a lot to answer for a lot of things.
Always agreed. Couldn't agree more. Gone too soon. Todd Snyder, you know what you can do? Go listen to his music and remember him and start sharing his music and sharing some of the profound things that he said and hid, quite frankly, in those songs. Share that so he's remembered for his creative acts.
I want to say thank you, by the way, for creating this platform. Remember, there are a lot of people who never knew who he was, who he brought immense and unending joy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Speaking of ways to celebrate country music and celebrate the writers and the musicians here in Nashville and Music City, the 2025 CMA Awards, Jim, are happening tomorrow night. My husband Seamus he has to be downtown at 2:30 in the morning tomorrow, the next 2 days, Jim, to cover the CMA Awards on Good Morning America with Lara Scott, who comes down here. Which, by the way, he'll get mad at me for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Lara Scott from Good Morning America. I just found that he told me this yesterday. I didn't realize she does Good Morning America because she wants to, because she's fun. She's married to a billionaire. I didn't realize that. Lara Scott's married to a billionaire, so doesn't even have to do the show. She does it. And Seamus won't say this, but she may not always be the easiest to work with. That's not from Seamus's mouth. That's from mine.
I understand.
Okay, moving on. The awards will take place tomorrow, Wednesday, at 8 p.m. Eastern. They'll be in the heart of country music, of course, Nashville. The show will be at Bridgestone Arena. You can watch the awards on ABC, streaming on all their partner platforms like, Hulu, Sling, YouTube TV, etc. Lainey Wilson will be hosting the awards, Jim. Last year, Lainey Wilson, Luke Bryan, and Peyton Manning all hosted together. This year, Lainey Wilson's out the way. It's just me. And Lainey Wilson was the new addition. But this will be her first time hosting the show alone. Vince Gill and Carrie Underwood have each hosted the CMA Awards 12 times, which is a tie for the most of any artist. And Carrie Underwood and Brad Paisley hosted together for 11 years. But this year, Lainey Wilson stepping up to host it alone. That will be interesting to see how she takes over. Nominations for the awards were announced back in September. And we've announced a lot of the people up for awards. Lainey Wilson, Megan Maroney, and Ella Langley are tied for the most nominations in 2025. What do they all have in common, Jim? They're all women. That's right. Thank you for recognizing that. The artists that are nominated for some of the night's biggest awards are the biggest award every year is Entertainer of the Year. Everyone wants to know who it's going to be. Lainey is the only female in that category. It's Luke Combs, Cody Johnson, Chris Stapleton, Morgan Wallen. That guy, and Lainey Wilson are all up for that coveted award, rather. Album of the Year, Megan Maroney, Zach Top, Post Malone, Morgan Wallen, and Lainey Wilson. You can find all the full list of nominations, but who cares? Just watch the show. The performers are what's going to be fun, Jim. And I think actually Dre will like some of these as well. But the performers this year, the list is long but great. Big X the Plug and Luke Combs are doing a crossover performance. Brandi Carlile's performing. Chris Stapleton, Ella Langley, Kelsey Ballerini, Kenny Chesney, Lainey Wilson, Luke Combs, Megan Maroney, Miranda Lambert, and Chris Stapleton. Old Dominion are doing a medley. Patty Loveless, Old School, Red Clay Strays, who've been on this show. They're awesome. They're a bluegrass throwback. Riley Green, Shabuzi, and Steven Wilson Jr. are doing a duet. Tucker Wetmore, and Zach Top all performing. It's going to be a great show, which has a little bit of everything, some old, some new, some bluegrass, some borrowed, some bluegrass. They'll all be performing there. So I think it's going to be a great show. I can't wait to watch it. An interesting also little, speaking of award show, Jim, Charlie Crockett, if you don't know Charlie Crockett's music, so good.
He's good.
He says he's willing to concede his nomination for Best Traditional Country Album at the Grammy Awards coming up, Jim. He says because he thinks the Turnpike Troubadours, old school country from Canada, by the way, and particularly their frontman, Evan Felker, he thinks that they deserve to win the category, so he said he would like to concede his. This is something we talked about, traditional countries now in the Grammys. So, I mean, people like that would have never had a voice if we didn't add this traditional country aspect to the Grammys. And it's not in the CMAs, though, which is interesting. I wonder if they'll tie it in now that the Grammys probably have to be the first person to do it before anybody else, any of the like genre-driven awards take stance, I would guess, perhaps, question mark?
Maybe. Maybe it's one of those things, too, where... I kind of had that suspicion, but I mean, do they really follow each other's lead, or you know, I kept thinking about.
I assume they have to.
I mean, yeah, I mean to some degree. By the way, I will say the other thought I had was let's get there first, man. Let's get there first right now because there's going to be a point with the growth of country and Western music, the way people are racing to it. You run the risk of it like overtaking everybody, of it becoming a bigger deal than the Grammys. That's a possibility. Not today or tomorrow, but given the way the world is going, that could happen. You know, beat your competition to the punch.
I guess it could. You will know if that's happening based on who the performers are at the Grammys, which will happen in early 2026. I think that will give us a real inclination. I mean, we still don't have country performing at the Super Bowl halftime. We got freaking Bunny B. Who is it? Bunny? Who's performing Dre at the Super Bowl halftime?
Oh,
the Bunny, Big Bunny, Bad Bunny. What's his name?
Bad Bunny.
Yeah, Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny. I hate to sound like a grandma, but I'm like, who is it? Bad Bunny. This is no slam on Bad Bunny, by the way. It's just to me a slam on Super Bowl halftime. That's it.
Well, I automatically thought that you were talking about the Thanksgiving one that they just announced. Oh, wait, you can't hear me at all. I thought you were talking about the one at the halftime for a quick second because I heard you say Super Bowl, but I automatically thought of the Thanksgiving one with Post Malone and all that stuff that's happening now. And
well,
Jack
that will
White.
be fun. Isn't that is that the Cowboy game one?
I think so, yeah. It's
because Posty's a huge Cowboy fan, and Cowboys always play on Thanksgiving.
And he's playing with, and it's also Jack White, and I think it's one other person, too. And I'm like, all right.
No, that's going to be badass.
Yeah.
Something
that
going
would be
on.
reason, some reason to watch the Cowboys, besides the fact that the Cowboys beat up on the Raiders, who suck, last night. But all of a sudden, the Cowboys are like, last night, the Cowboys are like, oh, there's a season going on. The $60 million man woke up last night.
There were a couple of passes. He hasn't been the problem. I'm not going to get on. He's not the problem. I will say this though, that there were a couple of passes he threw to CeeDee Lamb, dude, that were gorgeous. I mean,
gorgeous.
Symphony, a symphony of placement. I mean, you couldn't have been more accurate. I mean, that boy last night could have thrown a pork chop past a ravenous wolf. I mean, it was crazy.
Pork chop past a ravenous wolf.
Yeah, I mean, you like that?
That was good.
You like that?
Also, you delivered it just sort of organically. A southern drawl showed it there.
I mean, how can you not say pork chop past a ravenous wolf? I mean, you can't just say you can't.
That makes me think of you said pork chap, and now I'm
Pork
thinking of chaps on a cowboy made out of meat, a meat suit like Lady Gaga. It's a meat suit.
I just had this image of like Zach Prescott literally tossing a pork chop.
Or Dak.
You know, just. Whoop, 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 and it's like circling. It's like in the air, kind of. Okay, you get it. Pivot. Okay.
Pivot.
All right.
Charlie Crockett. Back to him. By the way, he has never won a Grammy. This is his second time to be nominated. But to see, I'm very curious to see what happens to the Grammys now that this traditional country thing is thrown in. I think it's gonna shift things. Okay, Jim, I did not get a chance to watch Sunday night the next episode of The Road. Did you see it?
Yeah, I did. You want to hold off on talking about it? We can
talk about it more in depth on Friday. But I just want to bring it up again. If nobody's watching it, or if you're interested, you can go back and watch them streaming. I just want to keep, the only reason I want to keep promoting it, the show actually, it's gone downhill. It's not as good as, I liked the first episode, and then I kind of quickly lost interest. It needs time to develop. But listen, American Idol and The American Idol's been on for like 20 years. The Voice has been on for however many seasons. So they didn't kick off great. I hope The Road finds a way of becoming great because, again, the people on the show are performing original music. Therefore, those people are actually getting paid royalties, something that has never happened in the history of these performance shows until you become big, etc. But I don't say it's never happened, but it's become a focal point of it that these songwriters do their original works on TV and therefore are getting paid for it.
I'm going to say this. If I was actually brought in to help run the show, and I have no desire to help run that show, it would be cool, but that's not my dream gig by any stretch of the imagination.
Is that your bag?
Not my bag, but I will say this. One of the things that you have to actually look at what you have, and it's the same thing that in a fictional way Parks and Rec did. Look at what you have rather than the previous model. You talked about, American Idol, and you talk about The Voice and all that kind of stuff. What does this show have that the other ones don't? And I'm asking you a genuine question. What do you think that separates the original music stuff is really important? Absolutely agreed. And from a content standpoint, that's magnificent. But there's something that is present there that is not present at the rest of the shows. And what is present there is that the audiences in particular are very unique. It is not the same audience you would get in a studio house where the audience has learned to play a character. The audience is there to see what? What is the audience actually there to see? Who is it there to see? It's not there to see the opening acts. It's there helping out the actual headliner.
They're a part of who the opening act will be.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
invested.
Yeah, they are there for that. And I think that maybe moving forward, we might actually want to make what I would call snapshots of people in that house to get a sense of why they voted the way they did, to really dig into their opinions just on the coming out of the show, the overall show. What'd you think? Really get a snapshot in time of some of those human beings. And I think that would connect the audience better to it and help us understanding what's happening in there, as opposed to just, Blake. As opposed to them just, I can't remember his name. Kenny Chet, what's his name?
Keith Urban.
Keith Urban. As opposed to Keith Urban and Blake Shelton reading the house. It becomes a matter of actually understanding the house. Might be an interesting twist. My thought, that's it.
Yeah, check it out. And finally, Born on This Day in country music history, 1956. This is interesting because Laura Lynch was born in 1956. She's a singer-songwriter. She's a founding member of the Dixie Chicks, now called the Chicks. I'll forever call them the Dixie Chicks. Of their 25 singles, 6 have reached #1 on the Billboard Country Singles Chart. But Laura Lynch left the group in 1995. I bet you didn't even know she was part of it. She's the one that kind of helped, one of the ones that helped to get it off the ground. Happy birthday to you. I hope you're making beautiful music quietly over in the corner, living your best life on a ranch with all the money that you got from leaving the band. Good for you. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. We will be back tomorrow. But before that, coming up next is Truckin' with Owida. Woo-hoo! Can I get a Truckin' with Owida? Woo-hoo!
Trucking with Owida is talking to board members in a 3-piece set that begins today, where they kind of talk about what they're concerned about, what they're looking forward to, and what the next week is going to mean. Ashley and Scott are next. Scott and Ashley with Trucking with Owida.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
So we are lucky here at OIDA headquarters in that twice a year, the association's board members come in from all parts of the United States and Canada. We should mention that,
Yes, of
Ashley.
course. Can't forget Canada.
To check in and talk about the direction the association is taking. And since they're already here and already in a talking mood, hopefully, we thought, why not get them into Studio A to chat? And that's what we're doing. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If we could just begin, if you could just introduce yourself. We'll go around the table a little bit. Tell us, where you're from, how long you've been on the OIDA board, whatever you want to tell us about yourselves. And Mike, we can start with you.
Okay. My name is Mike Nichols. I'm an alternate board member. I've been here now. This is my second meeting since the election. And I'm from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. I'm a leased operator. Been in the business now for about 35 years, both driving and support positions, logistics, dispatch.
And what do you typically haul?
Pneumatic. I pull a pneumatic tank, so it's food grade. We haul flour, sugar.
Keeping busy.
Corn. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For sure. Harry, we've talked to you before on the show, so you
Good
still
to be
need to
back.
introduce yourself, though.
Good to be back.
Welcome to be back. Yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself.
My legal name's Harrison Smith, but everybody calls me Harry. I'm 37 years old. I've been trucking my whole life, and I'm serving my first term as a director here at OIDA. I was formerly an alternate, and it's a privilege and an honor to have this ability and opportunity to be here and serve. And I am a company driver in a family trucking business based in Bountiful, Utah, just outside of Salt Lake City. Hopefully my siblings and me one day can buy my parents out of it and be a business owner. But our bread and butter is hauling sand and gravel, and I enjoy specialized transportation, heavy haul, overdimensional stuff that requires a permit is when I usually am at my best. So it's a privilege to be here this morning and speaking with you guys, and I hope we have some really nice conversation here.
That's the plan for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Matt?
My name's Matthew Bradley, or Matt. Been on the board since 2023, came in as an alternate, and was elected to my first term late last year, or it was this spring, I think. And been driving trucks for almost 14 years. Company driver right now, currently hauling refrigerated products, and I'm from Benton Harbor, Michigan. Also outside of OIDA, I'm on the local school board there in Benton Harbor, currently serving as treasurer, and I've been doing that for 5 non-consecutive years. I have a passion for public education and also trucking, and try to balance it both. And so I'm blessed to be here on the board and to lend my voice to other truckers as well.
Yeah, we're thankful to have all three of you here for
Yeah,
starters.
Very grateful. We're curious, we've been, of course, talking about the how things are going, and it doesn't seem like from our perspective they're going well, but I am curious from your guys' perspective, what are things like out there nowadays?
Well, there's not a better country. There's not a better country in the world to live in. So it's a little bit of perspective. Mm-hmm. I didn't have to get up this morning and go to war. So I'm thankful for that. I have my health, which is a huge blessing. So if, as a truck driver, if we can take a little bit of perspective and recognize that our bodies are tools that allow us to enjoy this career that we've chosen, we need a little bit of perspective to recognize there's never been a greater time to be alive than today. So with that little bit of goodness, I think that we need to focus on the happiness that we can have in trucking and recognize that hard times are part of this industry. No one got into this because it's easy.
Yeah.
And, I just want to lead with that it might be a little bit harder now than it was a year ago, but it's still pretty dang good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What hardships are you guys seeing out there? Are you dealing with anything? We hear obviously rates are not great right now. Overcapacity. We've got a number of issues right there. Are you guys dealing with anything on a personal level, on an everyday basis? Mike, you're nodding your head there.
Certainly, overcapacity I think is huge, just in terms of the stress, the congestion on the road. That goes hand in hand with truck parking or the lack thereof, as it may be, and then just the overall congestion, and of course that also affects rates because it's supply and demand that, for various reasons, trucking doesn't seem like it thinks it doesn't apply to them in many cases, but no, it absolutely does, and we have a oversupply of trucks right now. So
yeah,
it is a hardship.
Yeah,
but I'm also blessed and honored, to be where I'm at in trucking, and also to be here at OIDA. So
yeah,
you take the ups and downs every day.
Sure. Matthew.
I was just, going to add on to what my other fellow drivers have been saying as well. Is it's a blessing and it's an honor to be out here. I've met people who have started out as leasing drivers, and then they went and got a truck, and it just became overwhelming. I've had conversations with a close friend, and they were stressed to the point where they just started crying because they were having issues one after another, dealing with the truck. And then I think some of the other issues you have out here is we come out here, as truckers, but now I'm starting to see a lot of individualism and not a lot of teamwork or family thing. There's still that family element, but not as strong as it used to be. Nowadays people rather make content for social media than to get out the truck and just take the extra time to help somebody. And it's like, come on, we're out here to solve problems together. Yeah, we're going to laugh and talk about it. I'm going to go buy you something to drink, afterwards, and we're going to sit down and, laugh about it. But, that teamwork element is kind of on the downward slide.
Yeah, this is the beauty of live, and I'll put that in air quotes, live radio. Tilden Curl just walked in the room.
Thank you for joining
Board
us.
member Tilden, thanks
Sorry,
for joining us.
Appreciate you coming in.
No, better late than never for sure. We're just having a chat about the situation out there right now, and obviously we're on year 3 going on 40 of this freight recession, which is hitting certain people obviously harder than others. Tilden, you've been around for a little while. You've been trucking for how many years now?
A little over 30.
A little over 30. So it's been a while. Mike was just talking about the cyclical nature of the trucking industry, ups and downs. We go through this all the time. We see it all the time. Does this one feel a little different to you in any way?
Yeah, it does. I've been independent for over 30 years and been kind of watching the trucking industry for about 35 years. And, as you said, it's cyclical and you expect that. And so, and it can go with the time of year and it can also go with the flow of the economy. So, in a good economy, in the summertime, I pull flatbed. So most of my freight is related to construction type. So with that being said, summertime, it usually picks up. And then wintertime, of course, it falls off when the construction projects kind of start dwindling down. And then there's the economic recession that goes along with it. Like in 2008, things were really tough for a while. And incidentally, that was a year I just decided to buy a new truck. And so it really hit me hard then. And so along with that, we start coming out of it in different ways. And we have a few years of good freight in the middle. And then you expect, there's always ebbs and flows to the freight market. And so we're at a point right now that things have tightened up. The economy is tight. As far as independents and people working off the load boards and through brokers and stuff, they're taking a real hit right now because of the overcapacity in the market. And because of that overcapacity, things are going to have to come around to the point that this capacity is going to have to tighten up before the economy will start coming back for us drivers. And so I think, as we go into this, as soon as we see the economy start picking up, we'll be the first ones to see that out our windshields.
Yeah.
Tilden, I'm a little bit younger than you, and so is Matthew, but does this have any similarities to what 2008 brought? I mean, I was a lot younger then, and the impacts of a major recession like that didn't hit me the way they could hit me now as a grown-up, if you will.
Right.
So just as a 30-year veteran that's went through 2008, I think you bought a truck with the first tier, the first emissions round, which you were a good example of what not to do.
Exactly. Actually, the price of government intervention in trucking.
Yes, an emissions tax that's got an expiration on it. So,
yes.
Tell us, is there similarities? Should we be more concerned than we are to 2008 and what we have today?
Well, the similarities are that it hits the people that are leased on to companies. They're the people that are brought in when freight is plentiful. They bring in all these lease operators. You have your truck payments and everything. You lease on with a company, and they run you. But a company, when things get lean like this, a company will lay off their private contractors or owner operators, however you want to put it. And so in that respect, this is the same as 2008, because as freight tightens up, there's a segment of our trucking industry that only operates on the ebbs and flows of the economy in trucking. This one is different in the respect that it has lasted as long as it has. Typically, a recession like this will go through maybe a year, and then things will start picking up. But we're going into looking at possibly, if you really want to get back to the beginning of it, probably 3 years.
That's right. When COVID, after truckers were heroes.
Yeah.
And then overnight we were back to being, don't park on our street, get out of here.
Exactly. We went from hero to zero there real quickly, because during COVID, I mean, there was demand. We were doing good because we were considered essential workers, and we could continue to supply the nation. But once everybody stocked up, then they didn't need more stock. So, of course, the capacity was reduced. I mean, was overcapacity then.
And we had how many new registrants, even just within OIDA, applying for a DOT number?
Right.
Went from 40,000 a year to 80,000, doubled or tripled.
Right.
Because everybody was trying to chase the quick dollar.
Everybody wanted a piece of the apple.
Yeah. And I think another thing that contributed to that was social media. You get people that would jump online that did not have any trucking experience or very limited trucking experience and say, oh, I can make $100,000 in my first month of trucking, or, however long it was. And then you end up getting people that were buying trucks that did not have any trucking experience. Then when they buy those trucks, they're hired drivers that had good experience, and then they would literally screw them over by not, paying them the right thing, not maintaining the truck. So that's another thing that's contributing to a lot what's going on now too.
So we still have all of those trucks out here. I assume they're still out here today. Everybody that got in 3 years ago contributing to this, running for under $2 a mile.
That's interesting, Matthew, because you've brought it up, I think, twice now, the social media aspect of this. And Mike and Tilden, when you first started out, 30 plus years ago, social media wasn't a thing.
You guys weren't on TikTok back then?
No.
CBs were a thing back then.
Exactly.
Yes.
The internet was barely a thing, 30, 35 years ago, if I'm doing my math right. I'm just curious, Mike, from your perspective, the social media aspect of this, and the thing that you were talking about, Matthew, I think is an important thing to maybe kind of latch onto and explore a little bit, because this is a whole new world out there, and there is so much bad information, as you pointed out, with a lot of these social media posts that go out there, and a lot of just incorrect information about what's really going on out there. This has been a new thing that has come up, in the past 15 years. Mike, where you stand from where you began and where things go now, do you think social media is having some sort of impact on trucking in maybe a negative way, kind of like what Matthew's talking about?
Well, I think, it's like most things, you got to take the good with the bad. So there is some definite negatives as far as people's yearning for the spotlight, if you will, and maybe doing more social media influencing instead of, being truckers.
Yeah.
And I think something that, interestingly enough, the internet's supposed to get everybody connected. But today I feel more detached and atomized than ever before. And there's, three things our industry is lacking right now, and that's culture, camaraderie, and cohesion. And I think those three things are inextricable to safety.
Say those three again.
Culture, cohesion, and camaraderie.
Yeah.
And those are lacking in our business. They've been on a downward trend for over 20 years.
It feels like it's lacking not just in trucking, but in
In
society.
everything. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is why it causes me a lot of consternation, because if it was just trucking, I would feel like, maybe this problem is more solvable than it is. But since it's across every facet of society and the workscape, it feels like maybe this is a bigger problem, and something that obviously we want to look at as far as in terms of affecting our members in the trucking industry, but that maybe society at large has to look at.
Well, let's solve it. We got 6 people in here. We can solve it.
And I would add on to what you were saying. Like you said, you take the good and the bad with social media. I came into trucking in early 2012, and social media was, just kind of starting to gain traction. And I think in the first few years of trucking, there were truck driving Facebook groups. Met a lot of friends from around the country, developed close friendships. And so some of my closest friends are truck drivers that don't even live in my hometown. But if I have an issue and I know I'm in their area, they'll call and say, hey, where are you at? Or now, that's how we stay connected. So there's one thing.
That's good.
So that's how one way you can build cohesion. But like you said, in the last 20 years, it's just been a downward slope. I can go back to being at the truck stop at the sit-down restaurants. You can go in, they were still around for a few years when I started driving. You can go in, you can hear sob stories, you can hear, craziness, but you can hear some good wisdom from a lot of the drivers in there. And I miss that connection of community.
Yeah, to add on to that, Matthew, that was going down the road that I was sitting here thinking, in the early days, you would go in at the end of your day, you would sit down in the truck stop. Flying J had their flat iron steak for $9.99. You'd go in there and sit down and have a sit-down meal in the restaurant at the truck stop, and there would be all these other drivers out there, and you'd get education from just listening to them talk about the things that they went through day after day after day. The heavy haulers going downhill, how you have to gear down, and back then the Jake brakes didn't work very well. So, you really had to be conscientious of what you're doing to not overheat your brakes and that sort of thing. So you got your education not only on the road, but in the truck stops. And you had that common connection where you got to make that connection with your fellow drivers out there. And today that's been replaced by trucks with microwaves and refrigerators in them and social media. So now if you get together, you're told what to think based on the social media input that you get, rather than hearing the diversity of comments about situations in the truck stop itself.
And we had, and you say that now about the new trucks coming along with that. I was in one of my group chats with some of my social media truck driver friends, and so one of the drivers brought up, well, if they don't offer a microwave or a refrigerator, I don't want to go. And everybody's like, look, you're not going over there for that. You're going over there to make money.
Right. Yeah.
Buy a microwave, I guess.
Yeah. Like you just go anywhere and buy one.
Right. What do you mean there's no jacuzzi?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm curious, Matthew, talking about social media and being on there, you see a lot of like trucking influencers, and they make it look very glamorous. I could see there being some good in that, in a sense of showing people, opening up to see, like, what does a truck driver actually do? Have you found that as far as it allows people to kind of maybe understand the job a little bit better?
I will say from my personal experience, I think it was about 2011, and I was looking at going into truck driving. I had always been infatuated with going into driving either school buses, but trucking wasn't on my radar. So around 2011, that was just the start. There was a few YouTube videos, and what they did was I would sit there and I won't suggest nobody does this at their job, but between tasks, I would sit there and I would watch the YouTube videos and I would see him in the different areas, and I'm like, oh, I want to do that. So those influencers that are actually out here telling the information, telling it how it really is. I just ran into a YouTube content creator, and she has stopped me. Works for the same company I work for, and she said, "Hey, you want to do a YouTube interview?" And I'm like, okay, I guess. And so I'm on YouTube, I guess, doing that interview, and she said I got tired of watching people post things and not having factual information, and so that irritates me a lot, because you see that all the time. Oh, in this, no, just tell it how it really is. You'll get a lot more people. Tell useful information. Don't make clickbait. Don't try to sell a dream, but tell people how it really is out here, because you get those people that will come into trucking and
have no idea what it's really like.
And then as soon as they get out here, 2 months later, 3 months later, says, "Oh, it's not for me. Oh, I want to go home." No, just tell it how it is. It's going to be some tough days. You're going to miss things at home. You're going to miss family. You're going to miss, X, Y, and Z. So, yeah.
That's exactly when I was reading my bio today on our website, and in there it talks about.
That's something you do often, Harry?
Yeah. No, I love it.
Remind yourself of your. Wait, hey, hang on.
One of my core issues I haven't thought about in a year or two is we talk about the myth of truck driver shortage. And it's really exactly what you just touched on, where you have that new guy that's coming in that's seen the reality TV version of trucking, not the making of the production of trucking TV series.
Yeah.
And that new guy starts here with dreams and ambitions and hopes and loves the industry and wants to be at the truck stop talking to that old guy about how to time his trip correctly so he can hit every port of entry when it's not busy. And then in 3 months, he's left broke, destitute, abandoning the truck, cursing this industry, and walking away from it. We lose a good. Imagine your story. There's a unique. Matthew, you have a super unique role here. I was born into trucking. Mike, were you born into trucking? Like, I literally don't know anything besides trucking. Like, my dad raised me in a truck.
Yes, I'm a second generation.
Tilden, I mean, for you?
No, this is a second occupation for me. My first occupation was oil field. And I spent, some 15 years or so in the oil field. And after I got out, because I had small kids and I needed to be at home more with my family. And so I started doing local work, driving a truck. And that's how I got into trucking. I got my CDL from the city of Olympia on their emergency hire program for their garbage trucks. And that's where I got my CDL. And after that 6-month program was over, here I was jobless again. So I used my CDL and started driving truck then.
And you come from a different time.
Completely.
When a city could take a risk on a young person like you that had aptitude and gave you a career opportunity. What I was saying is so unique about Matt is imagine your experience doesn't go well when you hire on into trucking in 2012. Imagine you do get hooked into one of those predatory contracts from a leasing company, and we don't have you at this table here today because 3 months into it, you leave this industry and it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. So it's really amazing that you were able to make those right decisions. And we're definitely going to give credit to the man upstairs.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Because there's countless people that are like you, like me, that don't make it through that first whatever month.
Because they're thrown into the fire.
They're thrown into the fire and they're recycled, and they're the cheapest driver that can be hired, and they keep them for as long as they can take advantage of them. And
And
so it's so unique.
Happens to
Your
too
story,
many people. So many people.
Your story is amazing.
Thank you.
And because, like I said, I kind of have a cheat code. I had my dad pushing me along in trucking, and you found this, and you're here at OIDA today. It's amazing, and
appreciate
that's really cool.
And I would say this real quick, thank you for that. But hey, that first year, those first 2 years, it was tough, but you learn the ropes. And I started at a company that they said, hey, you work a certain amount of time for us, we'll pay for your CDL. That was the goal. Got my certificate of completion, and here we are 14 years later.
That's awesome.
One of the biggest things I think that is different today is, and maybe it's not so different, I don't know, but the drivers get into the business without knowing the business of trucking. And I say that a lot to people considering buying a truck. And if you start out working for a company as a company driver, you get to know trucking in that respect, but you don't have to worry about the money coming in or paying for repairs and such as that. And then somebody comes along and tells you, hey, man, you can make $5,000 a week if you'll just buy a truck. And they'll go out and buy a $15,000 truck, and 2 weeks down the road, it's on the side of the road. You're looking at $1,000 tow bill and a $5,000 repair bill. And they don't have the money to back that up. And so it's important that people understand the business of trucking in each and every aspect that you go through, from, starting out as a company driver, and then eventually maybe buying your own truck, and then from there taking the big step and go out, get your own authority and do the whole business yourself. But if you don't understand the business of trucking, you're already out before you even get in.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We are speaking with Matthew Bradley, Mike Nichols, Tilden Curl, and Harry Smith, OIDA board members, about a number of topics here, just a conversation about the industry and where things stand and kind of some perspectives here. Harry, I want to go back to the buzzword you said earlier. You said it. We should have set off some alarm bells
Getting
or something.
myself in trouble
When you
again,
said
am I?
no, you said you talked about the driver shortage, the driver shortage myth, and that narrative that we see continue to get churned up. That said, I feel, and I'm curious all your perspectives here, but I have felt in the past couple years that there's been a shift. It seems like more and more people are realizing that there is no driver shortage. This is a retention issue, exactly what you guys are talking about, that this industry, too many people are churning people out and looking at them as, expendable commodities or what have you.
Lowest common denominator.
Yes, we're seeing a lot of that, obviously, for, that's no news to anybody here. But the driver shortage narrative, Mike, we can start with you. Do you feel like we're seeing that kind of slip away here a little bit? I feel it shifting. Do you feel the same?
Well, you're seeing some of the, proponents of the driver shortage narrative, myth. You're seeing them start to backtrack. I think recently ATA pretty much dropped it entirely.
Very
from their,
quietly. Yeah, they're trying to
platform.
quietly back away from it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, I don't know if that's equating to differences in how we view truckers, truck drivers, owner-operators, the market in general. I still think that it's the lowest common denominator seems to be the mindset. And, whether or not there really does come down to be a noticeable difference in capacity, I guess remains to be seen. But, you can't have overcapacity and then also claim a driver shortage at the same time.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Even I think the ATA made some remarks recently that, we're lacking, quality drivers, or we're lacking, this or that. I don't know. I feel, though, a lot more needs to be done to put that finally to bed. I still think you have some politicians and some regulators that operate under the guise of, there must be a shortage because people don't want to do I still see people quoted in media very, Americans don't want to do this job, or, sure they do.
Yeah, yeah.
Pay them enough and they'll definitely do it.
And treat them right.
And treat them right, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, I think a lot more needs to be done on that. But at least people are starting to have that conversation with some sincerity now, more so than they have in years past. Yeah, absolutely.
How about you guys? You feel like we're maybe nearing a turning point for this driver shortage?
What is it turning into? It's going away from, there's a truck driver shortage, to, there's another crashed truck from someone that doesn't know what they're doing, because anyone can get into an automatic with mirror sensors and drive down the road. So we're taking one problem and replacing it. I'm just asking, like, you guys, what's the problem we're replacing it with?
That's a good question. It's something that we don't really think about. And I know with that YouTube interview, I touched on it a few weeks ago. There's no driver shortage. It's how we're treating drivers, how are we training drivers. You get some companies that you bring new people out here and they treat drivers like crap. You can't go home. Well, you didn't request time off enough. It's like, wait a minute now. Then there's, like you said, the new problem now. Okay, now we got to demonize somebody now. And it's like, all right, but how were you trained? Was it a family member that trained you, somebody else that trained you? But, now I'm starting to see a lot out here now. I'm starting to see a lot of people actually go get proper training. But is that enough? Is there going to add fire to that problem? So that's another thing to look at.
Yeah. It's one of these things, too, that again, we've talked about the dangers of perpetuating this driver shortage myth. And I think it's safe to say that ATA has kept it alive as long as they can, because it serves to their benefit in a number of ways. And, these technologies that they're trying to put out there, and under 21 drivers, the list goes on and on. But again, it dovetails into a bunch of other issues that are kind of affecting the industry, as you point out there, Matthew. And I'm wondering this week, and we're recording this on day one of the board meetings. So you guys are going to be going through meetings over the next few days and having these discussions. But the issues that are out there right now that OOIDA is sort of tackling and addressing, and we'll just go around the table here. What's like at the top of the list for you as kind of a priority you think that the association should be focusing on, or an issue that you feel the association, has been doing a good job of addressing and should continue down that road? What's kind of at front of mind for you guys in terms of the most important issue, I suppose? We'll put Tilden on the spot.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I think the idea that there is one particular cause that's most important is a bit of a misconception, because we have the issues with non-domicile CDLs. We have the issue of the English proficiency. And then we also have the issues of countering the narratives that's out there about the truck driver shortage. And then we also have the issue with the H-1B visas, where other drivers come in from other countries to compete in our market. And our economy is based on supply and demand. So for drivers, if the supply of drivers gets low, the demand goes up. So when the demand goes up, you make more money. But you bring people in from other countries, so you affect the supply, and thereby you reduce the demand, and it has kept us from growing financially in a meaningful way over the years. And so I think all of these things share an equal importance in the industry.
And you left out truck parking, emissions.
I didn't even get that.
I mean, there's a lot of other issues that
Yeah.
affect you every day.
Every day.
That you didn't even bring up, and those are 4 major topics that you hit. If I can hijack the microphone.
Sure.
English proficiency, huge. Non-domiciled CDLs, probably the biggest issue. I mean, what's second? I mean, if I'm wrong, tell me. But non-domiciled CDLs is a major source.
It's a big deal.
It's a major pathway for me to be replaced by someone that doesn't care about this country.
That's right.
And sends every penny outside of this country back home. I mean, everybody's got to eat, but that's not what built this country and got us here today. So when you talk about the financial repercussions of H-1B visas happening, those H-1B visa drivers, they don't have a home in San Antonio where they're paying property tax and sending kids to school. That money is going to their home country, and the second that they aren't needed here or that they can leave, they're gone. So other issues that, in trucking that we want to cover, parking, the demand to have a new truck all the time because the new trucks don't last like the old trucks that used to.
Man.
Like, your hard lessons learned in 2008.
Yes.
And
Yeah. But that's the thing that, you talk about non-domiciled CDLs. We've seen so much action on this in the past, 4 months, 5 months, whatever it's been, faster than anything that I can remember in a long time, in terms of actually looking at the issue and addressing the issue and taking action on the issue. We've got a number of bills actually out there dedicated to it. But have you been encouraged by what you've seen in terms of the action on this issue? Because obviously it's something that matters. Mike, is it something that matters to you as well?
Well, my number one issue in creating my platform when I ran for the alternate board member position here at OOIDA, my number one issue is foreign owned and operated carriers, drivers. I think we could add brokerages to that list. And it always has been, and it still is. I think that is a existential threat to American trucking, to the trucking industry, being a place where, you can have a good job, raise a family, buy a house, take a vacation, send your kids to college maybe. All of those things I think are in jeopardy because we are looking for the dollar, the cheapest way to move those goods. And, there really isn't any reason for such a thing as a non-domiciled CDL or an H1 or H2B visa or whatever they're
Well, the
using.
thing that we should also talk about here is that the people who are in these situations, in a lot of cases, are also being taken advantage of.
Absolutely.
And you're
100%.
looking for a bad guy.
They're literally being forced to live in their hotshot pickup truck. It's inhumane, and it's
It is.
So you have these guys show up. I ship stuff every now and then, and I just my option is to hire this guy that can do it for me, or go back to a customer and literally ask for 4 times the money to get one of our company trucks to carry it. And at that point, I lose the business. I can't do it. I can't help them. Or I'm faced of having to do what the market has forced me to do and hiring this hotshot that has the scotch taped door logo on, and I let the customer drive that decision. Like, hey, here's your pricing options. Send it on Scotch Tape Express, and you just, the guys are living in their trucks. You get to talking to them. Their dispatcher lives in Mongolia, and this driver's from Kazakhstan, and you can tell they're living in the super cab. I'm a Ford guy, so they live in a super cab. And I bring up the hot shots because the hot shots now are hauling 26,000 pounds.
Yeah.
It's not 6,000 pounds loads like it was 10, 15 years ago. They're hauling 26,000 pounds. So I bring up the hot shot guy, and you can tell they're living in their truck, and it's just like, my goodness, what have we come to as a country that this is how we move freight around.
And we're accepting it.
Yeah. And I'm engaging. I'm guilty of it because the market has forced me into that. I mean, I could say no and turn the business away, but I have an army of people that I need to help perpetuate our business, and so it's just an impossible position to be put in.
Yeah, Matthew, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say real quick too, and it's a safety issue too. Whether it be the hot shot trucks or the semi trucks, you get people that get this half equipment that's not even up to standard, and I already know. At my company, my safety director, she is very strict and she expects excellence. But then I see these other trucks that are being held together by duct tape and zip ties, and
So their safety standards not very high, Matthew?
Right,
Is that what you're saying?
definitely.
You can tell the truck's literally never been to a truck
wash.
Right.
Yeah, it's never. And there's pieces holding on the steps. It's like, come on, guys. And so I think that's one issue too, is, a safety thing. I'm concerned about people. It's like, come on, you go down the highway, brakes are failing. So it's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Yeah.
Mike, you said something, and I wanted to circle back to it because you mentioned the non-domiciled CDLs. I think you said and I'm paraphrasing, but they shouldn't really even be a thing. And they were first introduced as a kind of convenience factor, right?
Right.
They're
for someone to get a CDL in a state that they didn't reside in, but I don't believe
it was. I believe originally it was in case a state lost their accreditation. Like, say I'm in Utah and my Utah DMV loses their ability to issue CDLs or their ability to have CDLs, I could go to Wyoming and get my CDL there because they're still up to the standard. I think that's what it's rooted in.
Right.
That's what the non-domiciled CDL was rooted in.
Yeah. So I mean, is there a conversation to be had about, why do we even have them? Period. Because I know the association, is talking about the Rouser bill and codifying what the Trump administration has been doing on this issue. And I've seen that argument too, that question out there as to whether, this should even be a thing, period,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In my view, it is the number one issue. Close second with infrastructure. We have a very declining infrastructure, I see, and then of course emissions.
Yeah.
I don't think that we're done seeing that rear its ugly head, unfortunately. So, but I mean, that's the number one issue is why. And it goes along with the trucker shortage, narrative or myth. Why are we using foreign labor to do these jobs when, our own market, if it were allowed to organically ebb and flow without this pressure on capacity, it would iron itself out. I mean, you would have plenty of people willing to do that job if they were paid right and treated right.
We've only got a few minutes left. I did want to go around the table just one more time here. We've been raising a bunch of challenges and difficulties, and there are certainly those in the industry. But as I think all of you have pointed out in your own ways, this is a great industry. It's full of great people who are doing, great things. There are people struggling out there. I'm wondering if you might just give a few bits of advice to folks out there who are listening, who maybe have been going through a tough time. You all are successful in your own ways, in your own businesses. What would you say to that man or woman at the truck stop who you overhear at the Iron Skillet, kind of talking about,
they're sponsored by the Iron Skillet or something.
Yeah,
Open them back up 24 hours.
What would you say to them, though? Tilden, maybe we can start with you, since you've, been doing this for a while.
Well, I don't really know where to start. There's so many things. When you look at the challenges of getting into the business, and you look at them as a combined mass of issues or problems, if you will, challenges that you have to solve. One of the things I learned early on is pulling from the old expression, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And so when you start getting into the business and you start to realize these things are problems or challenges, then you solve that. And sometimes others will go away. But if you try to solve everything all at once, you're going to drive yourself crazy and you're going to get nothing done. So you start with the most pressing challenges you have, solve that. And whatever plays into that, sometimes you have to solve other problems surrounding that, and it'll correct itself. But I think all in all, that would be my recommendation, is just one bite at a time. Just fix a problem as it comes up. Deal with the problem. Don't put a Band-Aid on it. Fix it. If you don't know something, learn it. Yeah,
it's overwhelming. Gentlemen, advice?
I would say stay grounded in your faith. Stay encouraged. Seek wisdom. Just like Tilden said, ask a question. Keep an open mind. Be ready to learn. Take it one day at a time. As the Bible says, sufficient for the day is its own trouble. Let tomorrow worry about tomorrow, but focus on what you can solve today, and stay safe.
Mike and Harry, can you top that?
I really can't. I think I can only echo that. One of the things that I've done, throughout my trucking career is always listen to guys that know more than I do, and there's plenty of them. And even today, I still meet them, and I'm still very receptive to any of the wisdom that they can impart. And there's a lot of them. So, I think that's the biggest thing you can do. And yeah,
great advice.
Yeah.
Matt, if you're not careful, you're going to end up as the chaplain of OIDA, all right? There's a theme around this table, and that's finding a mentor. And that's one of the best things. I love to refer to my dad as a cheat code, because he has learned so many hard lessons for me. And we have a fellow board member, Monty Wiederhold. His dad just passed away, and I found Monty this morning, and I said, hey, we're missing a seat at this table. He always brings his dad to the board meetings, and he used to serve on the board. So it gives me a little bit of an insight to really enjoying having my dad here. My dad wasn't afforded that luxury. Ralph Smith, my grandpa, passed away when my dad, Doug, was 25 years old. So I enjoy having my dad here every day. He's my mentor. Everyone should have a mentor. You've got to step out of your comfort zone. I mean, it's really uncomfortable to admit you're doing something wrong or face that reality of like, I'm not as smart as I think I am. I'm not as good as I think I am. And you have to step out of that comfort zone and open up yourself to that mentor of, hey, I think I need help here. I can recognize how, let's just use any board member that we have an idea. If every person in the membership had a question, they can look up one of those board members, they can call them, and how thrilled would that board member be that a newer person in the industry or a 10-year veteran of the industry called a board member and said, hey, here is my situation. What can I do? Every board member would be thrilled to help and be that mentor. So my biggest advice or my biggest high spot is have a mentor, find a mentor. And that is going to be your biggest advantage. You know, my dad is my cheat code, and I have other mentors. That I have a heavy haul friend in Las Vegas that I rely on all too often. But my goodness, does he make a 10-hour problem about 5 minutes. It's amazing what a good mentor can do. So find that mentor, and you have to step out of your comfort zone to find that mentor. I had to step out of my comfort zone to open up myself and be vulnerable and say, hey, I really respect you. I want your help. Will you please be there for me and help me? And trucking is never going to be easy. Every day is a challenge. Every day. But you got to just try and find 15 minutes of joy in that day, and that makes it worth it. And as my mother says, if you're going to be in trucking, you've got to be relentless, because there's always somebody that wants your job right the second you're not there to do it. So be relentless.
A lot of wisdom, a lot of mentors in the building, great advice. Great advice and wisdom in this room. So we appreciate all four of you taking the time to speak with us. We know you got to get away and do some other stuff, but we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having us.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibrotechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
And our thanks again there to Mike Nichols, Harry Smith, Tilden Curl, and Matthew Bradley for their time. It's a busy week.
It is a very busy week
when they come through here.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of free time. I don't think.
No. So yeah, we're thankful that they spent that time with us. Obviously, in the midst of all these meetings and conversations that they're having on the sidelines of the board meetings. We should mention that we've got more of these coming throughout the coming days. The next one, we'll be speaking with Monty Wiederhold, Danny Schnautz, and Mark Elrod. We've actually already talked to them. It was a great conversation. They've got a lot of good stories.
Yeah, they really do.
from their past and
Yep.
from the road. That's one thing I really love about when the board
Yeah.
members come in is,
Yeah, it's interesting because they're from all over.
yeah.
And then to kind of just hear their perspective, especially because a lot of them, experienced drivers, they've been in the business a long time. So it's interesting to hear their perspective on things and just to hear how things are going.
Yeah. So we've got them coming up, and then Linda Allen and Joanne Couture. We've talked with Joanne before,
Yes.
a fellow Canadian,
Love
actually.
Joanne. Not
Also-
just because she brought us snacks either, but
Well, she didn't bring us snacks.
oh, she brought me snacks.
Yeah,
I shared.
Yeah,
Got
I
you
had
a little bowl of chips.
You had a couple chips. Yeah, thanks for that.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
I'm gonna get some ketchup chips. That's the big
Yeah.
one, the ketchup chips.
Yeah.
I don't know why we don't have those.
All dressed. I don't either. It's what is going on with the U.S.
How much time do you have?
Could be said for a few things, but yeah, why?
I don't know. We love our chips too.
Maybe I should fire up the chat on Lay's or something and
ask
see
them.
why don't you have ketchup
Dear
chips?
chatbot.
You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to put that on my to-do list.
All right. Well,
I'll get back to you. Let
Yeah,
you know.
please keep us updated.
I will.
You can check out Ashley's blog for more chip-related questions, Q&A.
You know what? That's not a
situation.
bad idea.
That is not a bad idea, actually.
Oh, chip review.
So yeah, we've got great conversations
Mhm.
coming up. Colin Long also will be coming in and talking from a Washington, D.C. perspective and the government affairs and what they're doing to continue pushing all these issues. The big one right now, and the big one that came up time and time again in these conversations, was driver training and shoring that up and strengthening it. So looking forward to all these conversations. We hope you will check them out here on Trucking with OOIDA. In the meantime, thanks for all you do out there to keep America moving, and drive safe. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.